morning. My name is Angela Franco, President and CEO of the DC Chamber of Commerce. I want to welcome you to our 2021 State of the District and Region Conference. Our event is virtual this morning, and our theme is Building Stronger, Moving Past Recovery. During this pandemic, we all have had challenges, not only on the business side, but on the personal side. And today, we want to share with you information from leaders across the region on how we can move forward, from business to education, health, mental health. And also, we're going to hear from our top leaders in the region, including our own Mayor, Muriel Bowser. For all of you here today, I want to reiterate my commitment as the president of the DC Chamber of Commerce. This is our chamber, and I know that if we all work together, we're going to see the recovery coming back to us. I want to take the opportunity to thank the sponsors of this morning's State of the District: the Office of Economic Development, DEMPET, Bank of America, Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield, Exelon, AT&T, and AmeriHealth. Thank you so much. Without your support, this would not be possible. Although we're here virtual today, I want to share with you that our gala is in person. And throughout this event, we're going to be raffling and giving away some tickets to attend our wonderful gala. So stay tuned, answer the questions, and make sure you're one of the winners. We are excited, our panels, we are excited, our speakers. And now I have the honor of introducing our fearless and incredible chairwoman of the Board of Directors at the DC Chamber of Commerce, Dr. Carolyn Rudd.
Good morning, and Angela, thank you so very much for that great introduction. On behalf of the DC Chamber Board of Directors, I'm pleased to extend a warm welcome to each of you attending today's 2021 State of the District and Region Conference. I offer appreciation to our sponsors for your support and sincere gratitude to Chamber board members and staff who also assisted. For more than 8 decades, the DC Chamber of Commerce has served as a voice for businesses in the district, delivering value to its members as a catalyst for business development and embracing the power of the business community to promote a vibrant and strong economy. The conference today embodies the Chamber's growing role as a strategic convener of thought leadership, a leader in business advocacy locally, and a vehicle for engagement. Just as important, today's conference takes on added significance as the district continues to build following a devastating economic and health crisis that has tested the resiliency of all businesses, but especially those of our small business ecosystem. As you are aware, the pandemic has forced many of our businesses to recalibrate, transition to remote formats, and sadly, many had to close their doors. We realize that these and other effects of the pandemic will be long-lasting, and the DMV in 2022 will not look like it did pre-pandemic. But do know that the Chamber is doing its very best to improve the posture of all businesses and especially small businesses. Thank you for attending today's conference. We hope that you will embrace this opportunity to engage, learn, and connect with our elected officials, speakers, panelists, and other invited guests. We anticipate that you will leave the conference more informed and better prepared to handle post-pandemic challenges and opportunities. The DC Chamber Board of Directors staff, and members are poised to work to build a stronger District of Columbia that will be impactful for the entire greater Washington, D.C. area. Today also signals the release of the Chamber's 2021 State of Business Report. This report offers both a diagnostic examination of the pandemic's economic impact and prognostic directions for our continued recovery and rebuilding. You may access your copy at the Chamber's website, www.dcchamber.org. That is www.dcchamber.org. A special thanks to Dr. Yasmin Taylor of the DC Policy Center and her team for the insightful report. Have an illuminating, inspiring, and productive conference. Next year, we hope to see you in person. At this time, it is my pleasure to introduce the Greater Washington, D.C. President of the Bank of America, Larry DeRita. Larry, take it away.
Thank you very much. I'm Larry DeRita, the President of Bank of America for Greater Washington, D.C. It's a great privilege for us to be able to be with the D.C. Chamber today. Angela Franco, thank you very much for putting this on. Dr. Rudd, thank you for that introduction. Looking forward to a great discussion today. You've assembled a great group of panels and speakers. Bank of America is very pleased to be able to present this today. We've got 600 teammates that are part of the district and another 2,000 in the DMV proper. And we're very proud to be doing our part to help move the region forward by helping people with their financial lives. It's a great privilege to be here with you today. And on top of that, to be able to introduce our next speaker, a man who needs no introduction, the chairman of the City Council, Phil Mendelson. He's been on the City Council since 1998. Has been chairman since 2012, leads all legislative matters on the council, very active in our city, quite obviously a true leader in our city. And I want to welcome you, Mr. Mendelson. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the introduction, Mr. DeRita. I'm Phil Mendelson, chairman of the Council of the District of Columbia, and I am pleased, honored to address the 2021 DC Chamber of Commerce State of the District and Region Conference. The theme of this year's conference, Building Stronger, Moving Past Recovery, resonates deeply with district residents and businesses alike as we all continue the process of returning to a level of normalcy in our lives at home and at work. The course is not easy and there is much uncertainty, but I'm confident that we will move past this pandemic and return to an open city that thrives as a vibrant place to live, work, and play. As we work to mitigate the effects of COVID-19, support for affected industries remains a critical issue, which is why the council provided millions of dollars in relief last year, and again budgeted close to $100 million in targeted relief for hotels, restaurants, and small businesses in the fiscal year 2022 budget. We were able to do this only because the city has been extraordinarily financially healthy. At the start of the pandemic, our reserves were full, and we had a huge surplus from the previous fiscal year. This experience has demonstrated how and why fiscal prudence in the operation of government is critical to you and all sectors of our city. I want to add, though, that we cannot be fiscally healthy without supporting the business sector. Your growth provides jobs. Your profit provides funding for government services. Your existence makes our city an interesting place to live, work, and play. Robust economic activity will drive the district's progression past the recovery phase, and the DC Chamber's role in promoting a vibrant, thriving district economy that improves the quality of life for all is vital. I commend the DC Chamber on its continuing commitment to improving the business climate in the district and working with local businesses to promote their individual growth and development, which in turn supports the city and the region. And now, I would like to introduce Mr. Larry Webb, the U.S. Small Business Administration's District Director for the Washington Metropolitan Area District Office.
Good morning, and thank you for having me here for this State of the District and Region Conference. I am honored to represent the Washington Metropolitan Area District Office for the conference today. So what is WMATA? What is the Washington Metropolitan Area District Office? It is the office of the U.S. Small Business Administration that serves the District of Columbia, Montgomery and Prince George's counties in Maryland, Arlington, Fairfax, and Loudoun counties in Virginia, as well as the cities of Alexandria, Fairfax, and Falls Church, also in Virginia. Now, the SBA has been around since 1953, and our job is to assist and protect the interests of small businesses nationwide. And how do we do that? We do that through 10 regions, 68 different district offices serving all 50 states, as well as Puerto Rico, U.S. Virgin Islands, and Guam. So what do? We help small businesses start, grow, expand, and if they are in the unfortunate circumstance that they have to recover from a disaster, we're there for every iteration of the business cycle. If you just have a nascent thought about starting a business, or you've been in business for some time and you're looking to grow, you're looking to take it to the next level. Maybe you're looking to get into a franchise, or maybe you're looking for funding from an investment company. We're there for all of those different things. So how do we do that? We do that through what we call the 3C framework: capital access, contracting opportunities, and counseling. And I'm going to spend a little time talking about each one of those now. Capital access. So what is capital access? Basically, show me the money. And SBA shows you the money through options that will help you start your business, once again, grow your business, export your goods and services, as well as, once again, recover from a disaster. The SBA does not make direct loans, except in the case of disaster loans, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. And while the SBA does provide a guarantee, and what that guarantee does is it says to a lender, we will guarantee 75 to up to 90% of this loan to this small business, giving them an incentive to give a loan to a company that maybe they would normally not do. However, we should note that because we are guaranteeing the loan, there's an extensive amount of paperwork and other things that you may need to do to get that loan. So you might want to look to see if you can get a conventional loan under other circumstances first. And if not, the SBA is there for you. Now, in this brief time that I have today, I can't really go into all of the nuances of all the different loans, but I just wanted to mention a few of them to you just so that you have a basic understanding of what we do at the SBA. So I'm going to talk about 6 different sort of loan programs or loan tools that we have. We have the 7(a) loan, which goes up to $5 million, and you can have from 10 to 25 years to pay that back. We have the 504 loan, which also goes up to $5 million, and you have up to 25 years to pay that one back. We have the international trade loans, which go up to $5 million, and you have 25 years to pay those back. Now, microloans are exactly what they sound like. Microloans are $50,000 loans max. You have about up to 6 years to pay them back. And we use what are called microloan intermediaries, which are basically nonprofits that go out to help the smallest of the small get small business loans that they would not normally get from a traditional lender. We also provide, and this is that direct funding that I was talking about, we also provide what are called EIDLs, economic injury disaster loans. Now, these loans happen when the president of the United States or the SBA declares a disaster in an area, and that could be a fire, a flood, a drought, a tornado, what have you. If it is declared, and we hear about these things unfortunately all the time, the SBA, along with FEMA, go in and try to make people whole. And the way that happens is if you have insurance, you use your insurance first. Then you use a grant from FEMA, which is free money. And once those things are utilized, you can turn to the SBA. And if there's a gap between where you are now and where you were before, the SBA can provide you a small, low interest loan. Well, not small, can provide a low interest loan to help you get back on your feet and get back to whole. Now, those are fixed term loans. They are low interest loans, but they are in fact loans, but they are here to help you once again get back on your feet and become whole. Now, because of COVID, I know everyone's heard about PPP. You may have heard about the restaurant grants that went out to restaurants. You may have also heard about the Saving Our Venues grants that went out. Those programs have ended. And the last program standing for COVID-specific relief is our COVID EIDL program. And it is a loan program, but it's a loan program that has been tweaked to provide great assistance to small businesses. And I just want to spend a few minutes talking about those, and I will move on to my other topics. As of on October 8th, it will go up to $2 million available loans. As soon as you get the loan, you have a 2-year deferment window, so you won't have to pay back for 2 years. Once again, it's fixed and low interest. You can use it for a variety of different things that are broader than a traditional loan would allow you to pay. And one of those things that we allow you to pay under this loan is both current, future, and past debt. So that is an opportunity potentially for a small business to take this loan, pay off all their other debts potentially, and not have to pay it back for 2 years. So there's some opportunity there. We also provide equity, which most people don't know about, through our small business investment company. And basically, we work with investment companies, we license them, and basically they can invest or provide loans to small businesses through their investment company. We guarantee it. So it provides not only debt, but equity to small businesses in a way that most people may not know about. We also provide some grants for R&D. And we don't have enough time to talk about that today, but that's a fantastic program that takes an idea to market, basically. We also provide bonding opportunities for small businesses. And this is, once again, an underutilized resource. Many small companies need to be bonded in order to perform certain contracts. And lots of small businesses are unable to get bonded. We provide the resources and the guarantees on bonds to help small businesses in that industry get the bonds they need to grow and go from subcontractors to prime contractors. Contracting support. So the federal government is the largest buyer of goods and services in the world, the US federal government. And with that, the government requires that 23% of that goes to small businesses. And the reason that we want that to happen is to ensure that small businesses don't get muscled out by large businesses. We want to support small businesses as engines of economic development, and we want to offer opportunities to disadvantaged and socioeconomic groups. And we do this through working with our federal partners, as well as training contractors on how to get into the federal market space. This slide simply is breaking down the numbers a little bit, but I also wanted to highlight the fact that certified.gov is where you want to go. If you are interested in becoming a federal contractor, you want to make sure that you are on that list and go through the certification process, as well as SAM.gov if you are a disadvantaged veteran-owned business, because that is where that program certification lies, and that is a self-certification for disadvantaged veterans. Counseling and training. So SBA's trusted network of funded resource partners offers free one-on-one business training, typically in person, but obviously during the pandemic, we are doing it through video chat, phone, email, whatever means are necessary to get you the information and get you the resources that you need. Now, our 4 main resource partners are Small Business Development Centers, SCORE, Women Business Centers, and Veteran Business Outreach Centers. Now, they all come at this a different way, but basically they all provide training, information, and resources to once again help you start, grow, and expand your businesses. Now, we also work with PTACs, which are Procurement Technical Assistance Centers. Now, those are not SBA programs, but they are funded through our sister agency, the Department of Defense. And so we work with them quite often, specifically on federal contracting guidance. This next slide basically has the resource partners, but I wanted to highlight a couple websites for you for counseling and training, because that may be how you start connecting with the SBA. Before you get a loan and before you get counseling, before you get a loan and before you get a contract, you may just be reaching out to our resource partner. So I want to make sure that you know how to do that. You go to sba.gov/learning center to get our online content, such as Ascent, which is our newest online resource. It is phenomenal. It's state of the art. And I highly recommend that you take the time to do that, as well as go to sba.gov/local assistance. You put in your zip code, and then you will find all of the resource partners in the area, every district office, the district office that is near you, and any other resources that we are connected to help you grow your business. Thank you for the time today. I really appreciate it. This is the contact information for WMATO, and have a great day. Thank you.
What should the world expect from a bank? Perhaps a bank dedicated to meeting the challenge of change. A bank that honors the business environment and the natural environment with equal passion. Providing people and businesses the tools and insights they need to succeed. And offering people and communities the resources to flourish. A bank that recognizes that economies fluctuate, but values don't. And never forgetting, our only ambition is to help you fulfill yours. What would you like the power to do?
Thank you so much, Mr. Larry Webb, for that incredible presentation. We are very, very excited to work hand by hand with the Small Business Administration and with you. I know that together we're going to be able to help lots of businesses here in the District of Columbia. At this time, I would like to introduce our first panel, and I am very, very excited and proud of the speakers we have this morning. It's the State of Business Recovery and Economic Development, hosted by the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, DMPED. Thank you in advance to DMPED for your incredible partnership all these years. We have worked hand by hand during recovery, and I know we will continue to work together to make our city stronger. It is now my pleasure to welcome the incredible moderator of this panel, Mr. Alex Orfinger, Market President and Publisher of the Washington Business Journal. Alex, thank you so much for being here this morning. I have no doubt in my mind that this is going to be one of the top panels of this morning's event. Thank you so much.
Good morning. I'm Alex Orfinger. I'm the publisher of the Washington Business Journal, and I'm so pleased to be here this morning to moderate this panel on the state of the business recovery and economic development in Washington, D.C. I'm so pleased to have this, this terrific panel with us, and we're going to jump right in. I'll just make some quick introductions. Most of you know everybody on the panel, but we've got our Deputy Mayor, John Falchecchio, from the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development. We've got the Honorable Kenyon McDuffie, who's the chair of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. Welcome. We've got the Honorable Anthony Williams, who's the Executive Director of the Federal City Council, and obviously our former mayor. We've got Jack McDougall, President and CEO of the Greater Washington Board of Trade. Yashim Sain Taylor from the DC Policy Center, welcome. And Rick Amarato, the Executive Director of the DC Bid Council. Welcome and good morning, everyone. So let me just start off. I'm going to pose the first question to the Deputy Mayor, and just give us a sense. This year's State of the Business report focused on building back in ways that can maximize opportunity in the District of Columbia. What are your thoughts right now on the state of the economy? Just how are we doing?
Well, we were talking about it as we gathered this morning about the revenue forecast that the CFO put out just yesterday. And it was yet another positive forecast, which I think shows kind of the resiliency of DC. So our forecasts have been positive since the one in September of 2020. So the dip was really abrupt and really sharp. But I think what we are proud of is that we're really going to show everybody that we're the district of comebacks. So we'll have a collective comeback and we'll have many, many individual comebacks. But where we see that we need more emphasis is to make sure that visitation comes back, and that could be the business traveler that comes back during the week. It also includes making sure our hospitality industry has the tools and the workforce that they need in order to be successful. So there are a lot of positive highlights. Just to give you kind of the overview of that forecast, it showed that over the financial plan, which for us is 4 years, that the revenue will be $1.1 billion higher than it had been forecast previously. That means that the resilience of the district is unquestionable, but it doesn't mean that we don't have more work to do.
Thank you. Councilmember, would you like to jump in and give your perspective on how the economy is going?
I would, and thank you, Alex, and thank you to the Chamber for allowing me to participate this morning. I agree with most of what John said. I do remain cautiously optimistic, though. And while we're seeing additional revenues, we also know that the growth in our sales taxes continues slowly, slower than we'd like to see it. We know that those industries that really were part of our draw pre-pandemic, our hospitality industry, tourism, restaurants, are still challenged by the conditions of the pandemic. And so although we've seen a lot of federal stimulus and local support of those industries, they're still struggling a bit. And while the CFO has indicated that those numbers are really strong, you heard the number John mentioned, about 1.3 billion. I also want to recognize, and I think it's important for us to point out, that 60% of workers are still working remotely. So what does that portend for our downtown and all those office buildings that are down there? I went to grab some coffee on my way over here, and my favorite Starbucks near the Wilson building is no longer in operation. And so, what does that mean for the district moving forward if we are predicting, as the CFO is, that 25% of workers will continue to work remotely in the future? And so how are we adapting to that, and what kind of environment are we creating? How is the government partnering with the private sector to ensure a predictable economy moving forward, and that we have some shared goals in how we're going to train workers to compete as things continue to evolve throughout this pandemic and we try to recover?
Yashim, do you want to give us a little bit, dive in a little bit on those numbers as well, and give us a little bit of a multi-year perspective on what those portend for the district?
Sure, thank you. The numbers first show us that we are now in full recovery mode. So that's very good news. The district's return has been slower than cities of similar sizes, like cities of population of 700,000 or more, not because of policy or not because that the city didn't do everything it can. It's just because of the way our economy is structured, our dependence on commuter activity and visitors. So those are the things that we really cannot do anything about until the Delta variant goes away and until consumer trust and commuter trust comes back. What the revenue estimates are showing us, that came out yesterday, they're important for a number of reasons. Number one, they're bullish in the out years. So it's not just the CFO is looking at current collections, but still hedging bets about the future. They're saying straightforward that revenue will continue to increase in the out years. That is very good news. when you kind of look at how the numbers break down, the important thing to keep an eye on is where we're drawing this revenue. The growth is largely driven by income tax growth. Some of it is policy. The council increased income taxes during the budget season, but most of the growth is coming from the very strong market performance, stock market performance that affects both individual income and corporate income taxes, as well as the fact that we have been replacing low-wage jobs with high-wage jobs in the District of Columbia. That's because professional services are still growing, but we're not hiring in hotels and restaurants. So that may change over time, but that's what we're saying. On the other hand, our property taxes are projected to decline. That's largely driven by what's happening in the commercial office market. We had already seen high vacancy rates before the pandemic started. We're now seeing historically high rates as well as rent declines, which had not happened in the district since the Revitalization Act. So that's a really big change. And what they're saying is that this year's tax assessments are showing about a 10% decline in office values. And those are based on 2020 activity because our assessments lag by 2 years. So 2021, we'll see the impact in the next fiscal year. 22, if things improve this year, we won't see the impact until 2024. So the recovery there is long, but what they're saying is that the value loss in commercial markets is not made up by the strong growth in residential property values. So I think as we look forward, we really need to assess how our tax base is changing and whether our tax policies are fit for our tax base, because after all, your tax policy is sort of a bet on your future.
I wanted to turn to you as the elder statesman on this panel, and perhaps you can offer some perspective from your term as both the CFO and as the mayor, and how you're looking at the current status of the district.
Yeah, well, in the long run, if you look at cities like Beijing or London, I mean, they've weathered pandemics, in the really bad, what we thought were the really bad times back in the 90s. The winds were at the back of cities, the seas were good, things looked promising for the American city. And DC, for a lot of different reasons, public-private cooperation, a series of mayors and councils that have been really dedicated to restoring respect for the district, rebuilding the government. Now, facing the uncertainty of COVID, and I think headwinds for the American city, I think we're in much better shape. We have a strong movement. We have a government, thanks to a mayor and council, that's much more effective than it was and resilient and flexible, in meeting, agile in meeting the threats that we're facing, the uncertainty we're facing from COVID. And, you talk to the mayor's people, John, I noticed in the Wall Street Journal article that was out this for example, the number of parks per capita. And I think what the district's done with Franklin Park is a great example of seizing on, the importance of those amenities. So, all those are positive things. I think Councilman McDuffie would agree with me. What the council did, raising taxes in the context of unprecedented revenues, was not a great signal.
A little bit more of a regional perspective. And I was hoping that you could sort of compare the economic recovery in the city versus what you're seeing across the region, perhaps.
Yeah, thanks, Alex, and thanks to all the folks at the Chamber for including me in this conversation. I mean, I think it's a similar story regionally. The region's pretty wealthy, particularly in this whole relationship between employees and employer, and what are the expectations, and then how does that bear out with regards to, organizational structures, and in our region that boils down to office space. And so what's that going to look like? But, we're really fortunate here that, also in biohealth, biopharma, really strong industries there. I mean, professional services, financial services, accounting, law firms have all done very, very well. That's not to mask what's happened with hospitality, as John, very, very strong. But the biggest challenge I think that we have in the short term is working through a lot of the uncertainties about, what is the workplace going to look like, and how is that going to flow out through next year and then beyond. I think there's still a number of things that have to sort out before we're going to see that pick up.
Rick, and then just turning to you, I know you have a pretty broad perspective on the city through your position overseeing the bids across the region. Could you give us a sense of like what the little bit of a temperature check across the city from your perspective?
So, pleasure to be here. Thank you, Alex. I think you have to just start with the idea that, all the bids are different and they have different sectors and different make. I think, for example, in the Central Business District, we are starting to see people come back to the office, which is a good thing. When you talk about the small businesses that were affected in the Central Business District, without those people there, they've really suffered. And I think we've seen a lot of closures in that area. So they're really dependent on people coming back. We are seeing about 25 to 30% occupancy in our office space. That is trending below the rest of the region, but it is starting to grow. But that's really one of the biggest impacts. When you look at some of the other bids that are more tourism or hospitality, entertainment, food, I think you're seeing a moderate to robust recovery. I think especially in May and in June and July, when there was a lot of pent-up demand, our vaccination rates were going up. Everybody was feeling really good. You saw people come out. The occupancy restrictions were lifted. And I think everybody was really, really bullish. But then the Delta variant came. And so that kind of has been a bit of a hiccup in that. But again, it's much stronger than where it's been. Our pedestrian counts and our daytime populations increasing. And that's really important. We'd like to see those trends go up and we'd like to see them increase more. I do think we have taken a serious hit on our tourism, visitors, and hospitality. I think we've seen that across the board. We're not where we want to be. And so we're going to really have to focus on that. But the major occupancy issues on the commercial side are in the Central Business District. And those are where we're seeing the highest rates of vacancies.
So I guess I tend to be a little bit of a worrier, and I worry about what the city will look like if if these vacancy rates remain low and businesses don't return or employees don't return. Do you share that concern? And what can we do to attract businesses back? Deputy Mayor, may I pose that one to you first?
Sure. Well, let's all, really kind of focus in for a moment on the elephant on the WebEx here or on the Zoom, and that's the federal government. So as you know, before the pandemic, the district, we're really proud. We actually crested 800,000 jobs in DC proper. We know that pre-pandemic, those jobs, the federal government, I should say, accounted for 197,000 of those jobs. But right now, the federal government is kind of sitting out on the comeback because they're not bringing people back to the office. So as an example, Councilmember McDuffie and I saw each other at an event last night, and we said, we're not going to do this from home. We're not going to do this from our office, even we're going to go to the chamber. So we're here at the Mayflower Hotel. And for those who are watching, if you're doing this call from home, you're doing it wrong. We need everybody to get back to the office. And the federal government, we need them to get back to the office too. We can't have the federal government, again, that 800,000 number. At that time, they accounted for 197,000 of those 802,000 jobs. That's a quarter of our workers in the district. If they're not coming into the office at least part of the time, then it really is going to stymie our comeback. So the federal government has to send a signal to the rest of the nation that the Build Back Better is not just something of a slogan, but it's actually something that they're going to live by too. When the federal government comes back in person to the office, it'll also mean that meeting activity, that business traveler will start to come back to the district as well. So you'll hear me really beating this drum as much as possible. Come back to the office. Everything that you loved about it is still here. And because not everybody's coming back at the same time, it also means that the things that you may not have liked about it, those kind of sluggish commutes or a crowded metro, you don't have those shortcomings. So really for us, what we need most is we need people to come back to the office and to really be led, or the federal government to really take a leadership role in that, because I know they're worried about managing the pandemic, but they're also worried about the economic recovery. And so they've got to show a leadership role here.
Jack, what are you hearing from your members across the region about return to office?
So, so I agree with what John is saying, but there's a huge gap between employees and employers. 80% of employers are trying to encourage employees to come back, but less than 50% of them want to, right? So there's this just dichotomy that we've got to try to work through there. And so as much as we try to implore people to come back, there needs to be, I think, some other things that are going to happen. One of the biggest impediments that we've seen is now that kids are going back to school, every time somebody sneezes or has a sniffle, you have to get tested, quarantine. And so that's created a significant amount of uncertainty that families are grappling with. And so companies have been resistant to bring people back to work because they're still trying to sort through those kinds of things, and so, that puts a lot of, our members and our companies looking at returning to the office, in the first quarter, or even beyond that, so, as, school picks up, I think we work through some of those things. And then also too, a lot of companies, particularly professional services companies, have and continue to do well, and so they don't really have that incentive necessarily to bring people back. And so this is an opportunity for us to rethink what is the value proposition of the workplace. And if you're just coming in, with current mask mandates and keeping everybody safe, if you're just coming in to sit at your desk and do emails, well, then people are going to opt to do that at home. So I think there's a whole host of variables that we have to take into consideration the totality of and work through those as we're going to continue to move that forward. There's a lot of positive benefits to getting back and bringing people back, but I think it's going to take a little bit more time to sort through some of those. So if that makes some sense.
Could I just say,
Mayor, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know because I'm not in the know on this, but I'm sure that really able business researchers and professors are studying the effect of remote work on performance, business, corporate performance. My guess is it's going to show that the company where you've got the right balance of, remote and on-site work is going to be performing better than companies that are completely, atomized and people just working out of their garage. And I think that's going to have an effect. I do believe that. I don't see how you can rally the troops over Zoom.
Yeah. Council member, anything you want to jump on?
I think an important aspect to getting people to return to work really is also getting school safety right. And I think it's important to recognize that we need to make sure the school safety is where it needs to be for some of these workers to feel comfortable coming back into the office. I also think that we've got to be mindful of what that return to work looks like for a lot of our federal contractors if we're also factoring in the cost of being in the District of Columbia. I got to tell you that the Wall Street Journal article that was referenced earlier was concerning to me when you think about, how many of these folks typically would come into work, engage with folks on the Hill, engage with federal agencies, but they're staying at their homes instead. And if their homes are in Stafford County, in Loudoun County, or Frederick County, Maryland, then what does that mean for the District of Columbia? And so I think the combination of what you talked about earlier, Mayor Williams, the tax policy environment is critically important, but I also think the regulatory environment is important. John and I were talking about downtown DC, central downtown. And so, how do we think about reimagining that and making sure that we're supporting some of the activity that used to be there, but also thinking about new ways to get people to be downtown, whether it's through residential housing or otherwise. I think we've got to be a little bit more creative about that and really be mindful that it's going to be a little while before we see a return to normal in terms of the commuter and the tourism traffic that we're so used to seeing in the district.
So I want to just follow up with that. When you think about workforce and bringing people back to work, so many companies are now looking not just in Washington, particularly if you're outside of Washington, they're looking, at a national pool of talent that they can recruit for their companies, whether they're in Nashville, whether they're in Boston, whether they're in Tampa. How do we what's the competitive advantage for us to actually have people come to this higher cost city to live in and work in, as opposed to them living remotely? How do we approach that as a company, and what can the city do to attract this workforce back?
So I could jump in on that, Alex, if that's okay. So really, it's about our people and our workforce. So we have one of the most highly educated workforces in the country. We're the home to 8 universities. We also have a number of universities from around the country and around the globe that have a presence here in Washington. And our workforce is really, second to none. So what we want to do is keep showing people that if you're looking for a highly skilled talent pool, that Washington, D.C. Is the place for your business to locate. And I think that is something that we're going to continue to highlight. We also, that as much as I say the feds have to come back to the office, we also know that the feds are one of the central ways that we show people why they should be in DC. Either you want to be a customer of the federal government, or you want to influence the federal government, or you just want better proximity to the federal government. You've got to do that right here in DC and be part of the fabric of DC in order to do all 3 of those activities. So I think it's funny, before the pandemic, we wanted to show people how we were not just a government town, but now I think we actually have an opportunity to harp back on, we are a government town. And given the spending that the federal government is doing, you want to be here, part of that community, and be part of that conversation with the federal government.
Not to disagree with you, but can't I do that by living someplace else and still, using these remote tools to tap into, the federal government in some way?
Meeting a senator by
there's-
Zoom? I don't think so.
Yeah, there's that old saying that if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And I think that is really important for folks who want to. I mean, the reason we have all the associations here, the lobbyists, is because they need to be here to have a presence with those federal agencies. And what we see actually also, got to applaud the Biden administration for the vaccine mandate, but also for bringing agencies back to the district. So the Trump administration said, maybe we should spread out across the country. We saw the Bureau of Land Management is coming back. You all reported on it, coming back from Colorado back to the district. So this is where you want to be if you want to interact with the federal government. And listen, if we all try to do that on a Zoom call, everybody's going to think we're a bunch of squares. That's not who we are. And we got to show the way that you interact, the way that you do business isn't going to change. You're going to have to do it in person at some point.
Can I also, just in terms of also, trying to attract people back to the district and get workers into the city, I think we also have to do a better job of training existing assets. Mayor Williams talked about all the assets that we have. I think one of the greatest assets that we have, perhaps that we should utilize more, is the University of the District of Columbia. Right. So when we look at our homegrown population, the students who are graduating from our public schools, the folks who are attending the University of the District of Columbia, how are we making sure that we're supporting them with resources to train them to compete for the jobs that are in demand? When you hear things like Amazon saying they're going to hire 1,900 additional workers, in addition to all the workers they've already hired in this region, I think it's important for programs like I supported in the council's budget this year with a partnership with AWS and UDC, Amazon Web Services, where they're going to be training up. And we work with the Federal City Council as well on that, but they're going to be training up students for those cloud-based IT jobs, which are paid really well. And we want to make sure we have a workforce that we're training up through UDC and other ways to compete for those types of jobs. People who already live here should be able to better compete for the in-demand jobs in our market. And I think that's one way that we also should be focusing on our existing assets.
Alex,
well, in one of the subsequent panels, we have all university presidents, and including President Mason from UDC. So I think that'll certainly be a rich topic later this morning. But thank you for bringing that up, Yasheen.
I hear your question, and I hear it in the following way. So let me rephrase it. In the past, we thought that our competitors were New York City, San Francisco, big urban areas like us. I think what's a different way of thinking of your question is, now should we be thinking that our competitors will be mid-sized cities where life is cheaper, but opportunities for career growth might be just as good as New York, San Francisco, and DC. So the reports that the Chamber published, we work together, a lot of the data there is backward looking. What happened? Similarly, when you look at real property markets, a lot of the stuff we have is backward looking. We don't know anything about the cap rates because no sales are happening, very few. So a lot of it is conjecture, but there is one element there, in my mind, the most forward-looking data there is our measure of entrepreneurship and the new establishment. So one thing that happened in DC, which actually shocked me in a very good way, is that through 2020, we added more business establishments on the net. If you take those that are new, subtract those that are dead, we're still on the plus, which is very surprising. We also saw a very, very strong entrepreneurial activity. So let's see how people work. There is remote work where you're wholly disconnected from the location of your office. And there's work from home where you go in a few days and you stay home a couple days, kind of create a balance. But if you're chasing the businesses, chasing the jobs, especially startup jobs, you have to be close to that business establishments. It's harder to work for a startup from a distance. I was involved with 2 in my life, incredibly difficult compared to working for an established entity. So I am very hopeful that this region will continue to attract workers. It'll continue to attract young people who are looking for better futures. And I think one way to think about what's happening in the office space is, yes, we have vacancies, but there is an opportunity for the district to attract these new entrepreneurs into the city. We've seen a huge increase in the number of business applications, not just any old business application, but what the Census Bureau says, high propensity. They're more likely to become wage-paying businesses within the next 4 to 8 quarters. We've seen a huge spike in those. And the city is equipped with the vision, the funds. We have, a somewhat clipped, but still strong vitality fund. And I think there are opportunities. And we really don't know how people will make these decisions in the future. A lot of it is conjecture.
Great. Well, that was a very good reframing of my question. So I appreciate that. I think I appreciate that. But I do want to ask Rick, when we think about the attraction of the city, in the past, at least, looking in the rearview mirror, for so many people that have been living here has been the restaurant and retail market that has been in virtually every part of every bid that you're involved in, I guess. What are you doing? What are you seeing in that sector? And what can we do as a city to sort of reinvigorate that sector going forward?
Well, I think I want to play a little bit off of what John has said. You no longer have to live here to benefit from working here, right? You have to, you don't have to be so close to your job. At least we haven't in the last 18 months, correct? So, what makes somebody want to be here? And that's really, comes down to the added value of the district. What makes it so special? And it's not just, the monuments and the federal government. It's the city and its culture and its history and the excitement that you have when you come down here. So when our research for getting people to come back to the office, yes, it's been public health, vaccinations, childcare is right there, number 2. How am I going to deal with childcare? And then it's this idea that you're missing out. You used to come down to DC for work, go out afterwards. This is a rich cultural place that has so much to offer that people want to be here. So we really have to focus back, I think, on that. What are you missing out if you're not here? And, there's also your personal career choices, right? If I'm sitting in an office with John, and he sees me every day, when there's an opportunity for something that comes up that I may want, he's going to remember me because he sees me. If you're somewhere in Texas not paying income tax and having a great time, maybe John's not going to remember that you're even part of the team. So this FOMO belief, it's really important to get people to come down. As far as, the bids and the sense of kind of community retail, right? Where you get your dry cleaning, the food that you go to, the entertainment. When you look at this pandemic, they've had a much different experience than the central business district because of the close-in community around them, the neighborhoods. And they stepped up to the plate. They really came and supported their local businesses. So, you didn't see as big a drop-off as you did in the commercial areas. So I don't think that we've really lost much, and our trends are showing that people are coming out. They want to go to those restaurants. They want to go to live music venues. They want to go to the sporting arenas. So the demand is there. As long as they're feeling comfortable and safe, they'll go.
Great. Yoshima, I want to come back to one of the things that you had mentioned earlier about the startups and the number of startups. All the reporting that we've done and that we've read across the country is that we're seeing record numbers of new company startups. We know that in these times of sort of economic turmoil, there's lots of innovation that happens. And I'm just kind of curious if each of you could talk a little bit about how the district is encouraging this and is going to benefit from that. What specific policies can the city be doing to encourage more startups and more of the employment from those startups? Let me ask the council member that.
Sure. I appreciate the question, and to Yeshim's earlier point about entrepreneurs and really trying to attract new entrepreneurs. I think we can do two things. We can focus on the ways that we create an environment where entrepreneurs want to be in the District of Columbia. And I think that's making sure the policies that incent that type of immigration of entrepreneurs is important. But we also have to focus on existing entrepreneurs. And one of the things that we did work with John and Mayor Bowser on was to increase funding for an access to capital fund that I created in the budget last year. We do know that the pandemic is really disproportionately impacted people of color, but it's also disproportionately impacted entrepreneurs of color. And so we increased funding in that fund to really make sure that entrepreneurs are getting the support that they need to start new businesses. Importantly, grow existing businesses. We want to grow existing businesses that are really been doing well during the pandemic to the extent they have capacity to grow. I think about projects like the Gateway project that's at the intersection of Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue and Good Hope Road. Well, Antoine Ford, who owns Enlighten, is actually moving his headquarters from downtown DC to that building at that intersection. And he already employs a number of people. When you think about entrepreneurs like Antoine, what more can the city do to help him grow his business? Because he's going to be hiring the types of people who are looking to work in the District of Columbia, and frankly, looking to work if they live in and around areas of Ward 5, 7, and 8. So while the Access to Capital Fund that we have, which we, working with Mayor Bowser, have invested even more in, we're also supporting CDFIs and MDIs. We put money in the budget for, banks like Industrial and City First, because they're engaging those minority entrepreneurs who are still in business, in fact, are looking to get more capital, invest more in their businesses, perhaps contract more with the federal government, where we're seeing the strength in those industries around business and professional services. And so I think it's one thing to make sure we have policies that are attracting new entrepreneurs to the district, and we have to do that. But we also have to be targeting those entrepreneurs and those businesses where we see growth potential. And do it proactively so that they know that the District of Columbia government is supporting their activity, and we want to see that growth, and we want to see them hire more people who live here.
John, do you want to add anything from the Deputy Mayor's office?
Absolutely. So, Alex, call to action today. 1, get back to the office. 2 is to check out obviously dc.com. Councilmember McDuffie laid out some of the programs that we have worked on together in order to invest in our business community. And so if you go to obviouslydc.com, we added a tab today that is the FY22 business programs. That will allow you to see kind of all the grant programs that we have available. So everybody on this call should take a moment to go check that out. And to build on what Councilmember was talking about Two that I'd actually like to highlight. One that's on the obviously dc.com website, which is something that we've worked on together to get right over the last few years, which is the Inclusive Innovation Equity Impact Fund. That actually allows the District of Columbia to help invest in startups as they look for their rounds of funding. So that's something that we're excited about, that the district could actually support that and make sure that we invest in especially businesses owned by people of color and women. So we're excited about that. Another partnership that we actually just launched, and actually we don't have this on the website yet, but I'll make sure it happens, Alex, is a partnership with an outfit called SMBX. They are an outfit that helps small businesses get bonds. And so district residents can actually now invest in even those hospitality businesses or another business that's a DC-based business, and really show that throughout the pandemic, we were there. We were making sure that we were generous in our gratuity, but now we could actually loan money through SMBX to our small businesses to make sure that they have the investments that they need. So a whole plethora of programs at obviously dc.com, but we're going to keep looking for those partnerships, because what we want to do, it's great that the businesses start here. We have to make sure they grow here. And so we're looking at the tools that we have to do just that.
Hey, Alex, can I just add something to that from a sort of a kind of a system perspective? If you think about what we're talking about right here and kind of back up, and what are some of the basic building blocks that you need to encourage this kind of activity? I know there's, we should be a little concerned about an over-reliance on stimulus right now, and thinking, what is the trajectory of that stimulus? So we should also, but as that's happening, we really need to be thinking about how are we building back some of the more structural requirements that we need to move forward. And so I'll give you an example right now. One of the biggest challenges that companies are facing right now is just job churn. It's been labeled the Great Resignation or whatever you want to call it, but there's never been, the discrepancy between openings and job applicants is massive at the moment. And so you have companies that are out there that are really raising the stakes to try to bring people in. But when you drill down into that, you try to figure out, where are some of the real friction points, for example, in financial services and banking in particular, they can't find underwriters. So there's a backlog building around small business lending, for example. And so we need to identify that. We need to alleviate that now, because that's only going to exacerbate over time. And that's going to prevent us from providing the kind of environment that's needed for these businesses to grow and thinking about that. So, we really should spend some time looking, holistically, to, Councilmember McDuffie's point around, understanding the multiple layers of skills that are required for a dynamic economy, and making sure that we're addressing all of those, not just ones at the higher levels, but, what are the other ones that really support that integrated network of systems so that we can work that out. And so, and that's hard to do. And oftentimes, collectively, we don't always do that very, very well. But this is an opportunity, I think, for us to really come together and make sure that we're doing that.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. I was also going to ask you what your perspective is in terms of how this changes the competitive position of the city versus the competing jurisdictions around the region.
So I think, I've always felt strongly that the district plays a really central role to this region. And so I think this now is an opportunity to really begin to actualize that and to really think about, how does DC become even more of an entrepreneurial hub? How does DC become even more of a tech hub? And attracting that, and so I think a renewed emphasis on job creation, business creation, and that, because ultimately those are the most sustainable economic and social programs that you have available to you, and so really thinking about that. And I think sometimes in the business community, we need to do a better job of engaging on those issues. And so I'll admit that. And I know we're working with the Federal City Council and the Chamber to do that, so that we can buttress some of the criticisms that come at the business community, so that we can really think about a more dynamic way to move that forward. But I think there's a really good opportunity. I think, coming out of the pandemic affords us a chance to do things differently. And that's really where the opportunity is.
Mayor Williams, any just perspective here about how the city is better positioned competitively in the region than it might have been 20 years ago? or what's your perspective at the Federal City Council about how the city can position itself as a place for more small business attraction?
I think there are two ways of looking at business attraction, incubation, retention. One is, and I'm a big believer in this, and certainly I think history, underscores this, that, investments and stimulus interventions by government can play an important role in leading, inviting, fostering businesses. Over the years, what the district's done to bring retail to the district. I just drove out there last weekend to Costco. I remember back in the days you were trying to get the whole idea of Costco going, and now it's there. It's vibrant. It's real. It's very, very powerful. Home Depot over in Kenyon McDuffie's ward. These are great things. So inducements are important, but I think, in my mind, I'm a big believer in this notion of settled expectations. It's also very important for government to just send a message to the investor that expectations can be settled, can be established, no surprises. We're going to get out of the way and allow the normal course of business to move. If I try to grow a plant in a pea gravel driveway out in the middle of the desert, I could put a little fertilizer in it to try to stimulate it, but it's in a horrible environment. But what we have to do in the district and really always be aware of is setting that right environment. So here I get back on if we're trying to establish settled expectations, just coming out and saying we're going to have a new legislation out in the middle of nowhere without any real involvement of the public, on non-compete for businesses is not sending the right message. In the context of unprecedented revenue, to say we're going to raise taxes and figure out how to, deploy them later is not sending the right message. I think we've got to look at both sides, both setting the right environment generally, while also making the needed, as I think, John and the chairman, Efsa Waverly, demonstrated, making the right interventions too.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Yashin, I'm going to turn to you, but I'm also going to just remind the audience that we'll take any questions in the chat. If they've got any questions for any of the panelists or for the panelists, just drop it in there. Yashin?
On the issue of competitiveness, the district has always been great at creating new businesses, but we haven't been able to keep them as they grow. So when you look at data that date back to 2000, for example, for every 10 jobs the district receives, because some companies move, say, from Fairfax to the district, we lose 24. Some of it is driven by the costs of real estate in DC, which is not by itself a bad thing, because it also shows that there's high demand for the District of Columbia. But I think moving forward, we have to remember that there's next year and there's 20 years from now. So let me bring up another example, like the city of La Jolla. It is beautiful, but its future was 50 years ago. I don't want to go live there, even though it's beautiful, because I don't know what will happen to my children. I'd rather live in DC because our future is still in front of us. So some of the things that we need to do about the competitiveness may have yields 20, 30 years from today, but we have to be diligent about them and do them now. For example, we want to improve the value of retail. We need to realize that the value of retail is associated with how many levels are built about that retail store. So restrictive land use policies, we really need to be very diligent on identifying how they affect the district's economy, and to what extent we can break the political resistance against building and push forward. Professional licensing. It sounds great that we have professional licensing, but we have professional licensing that closes opportunities for middle wage and jobs, where this case for public safety is not even known. DC residents will fight about anything, but they're unified in their complaints about DCRA. Sorry, John. So I think the council and the mayor has done fantastic things this year, reducing, for example, business application fees. And and I think Councilmember McDuffie has legislation to reduce the barriers, the clean hands barriers, which are important. I don't think it will have a huge revenue cost. But going back to Tony's point about identifying the risk premium on the district, which is driven by regulatory action, land use restrictions, these are sort of like long-term things. I think we need to keep our eye on this because as we know from our own history, or if you look at Arlington, it took an Amazon to turn around a trend that was going on for 20, 25 years. So we want to, as we're riding high, we want to keep riding high. I think that's the really most important thing.
Thank you. We've got a question from the audience about vaccines, my favorite topic, and vaccines and vaccine mandates and what role they'll play in the recovery for the business community, or how might said mandates pose a challenge to the recovery? Anyone want to jump in on that?
Well, I really hope that what President Biden laid out for the federal government is actually a sign or a precursor to the federal government and its contractors coming back to the office. So I'm actually optimistic that a vaccine mandate would allow the federal government to actually come back and return in person. And so, I hope that nobody watching on this is not vaccinated. On Monday, the mayor is going to remind people again to get vaccinated, going to talk about how those who are now qualified for a booster should access that booster shot, reminding people to get their flu shot. You can do it together this time. So there's a lot we have to continue to do in the public health space to make sure people are aware of that. But I think what people can be confident if they travel into this region is that each of our jurisdictions, DC, Maryland, Virginia, we all have great vaccination rates. So we're a safer place to come visit. One of the things I did want to kind of add on, Alex, if I can, while I have the floor, is just to Rick's point, we're actually investing a lot this upcoming year in kind of our events and activations so that people can kind of feel that richness, that really that vibrancy of DC. So we have a couple different funds to make sure that we're kind of both making sure our events, in-person events happen and that we reimagine some of our public space. We have a fund at OP, our Office of Planning, to make sure that we kind of think about how we can actually recreate outdoor spaces so that they can be more active. And so those are some of the things we're really excited about. The other thing I talked to, and I know you, Mayor Williams, kind of alluded to this, and you called him an elder statesman. I just call him a statesman, is that the district has a lot going on for it in terms of the office workers coming back, or what we call the office workers, because Yashram's right. We have to think about not just the what happened, the now, we have to think about the next. And so for the office workers of the future, we really have a lot going on in terms of innovation. If you haven't been to the Walter Reed campus, the children's research with now the addition of JLabs, if you have not been there, you got to make an excuse to get out to that campus. The Golden Triangle bid, Rick will tell you, has worked with George Washington University to really think about how we create an innovation district in the western part of downtown. And then there's so much that's happening on the campus of St. Elizabeth's with its proximity to the federal Homeland Security, but also kind of as a health and human services campus as well, with the addition of a $350 million hospital. So there are really nodes of kind of innovation, of new investment in the district that I think any city, whether it's La Jolla or another city, would really kind of be envious of that we have going on in the district. So we shouldn't lose sight of all the things that we have coming up in the years ahead.
There's a additional question. Anybody else want to make any comments on vaccine mandates? I guess really the question. Jack, anything on the regional perspective? Jack, you're still muted.
I think in the business community, it's still sort of a mixed reaction. We still want to, continue to make sure that employees and, the workplace is safe. I'm not sure every employer is totally comfortable yet with kind of being the enforcer of that, and what does that look like and how do we do it and what are the reactions? And then if we have, employees saying, well, fine, we're going to just, we're not going to, we're going to resign, so I still think there's some uncertainty around that. But I do think that generally, everybody's moving the direction towards making sure they've got the right safeguards in place, that they're making the right accommodations for their workers. They want to make sure that the office space is safe for them to come back. But I still think we're having some mixed sort of outcomes from that as we move forward.
Thank you. So, so are there any other issues that we have not explored that you'd like to explore on this panel? One of the things that I, of course, have one, which is really about how we're going to be attracting more sort of retail restaurant workers. That seems to be the thing that we continue to hear from our restaurant operators specifically, that they can't get enough people to be working. Are there any particular things that we can do as a city to attract, our restaurant workers back? And should we care about that?
We definitely should care about it. I think Councilmember McDuffie and I were talking about it earlier. And really, I think everybody sort of passes by restaurants. If you go up 14th Street, you see every streetery is packed. You think, well, restaurants are back, right? And I think that, sometimes you can't get a reservation in the restaurant of your choice. And yes, that happens to Councilmember McDuffie and I. Sometimes we can't get a reservation in the restaurant of our choice. That doesn't mean that the industry is completely back just yet. What it means, though, is that the demand is there, but we have to make sure that it's consistent. So we need folks to come back to the office again, so that it isn't just a dinner crowd and everybody trying to rush there at 7 p.m., as Councilman McDuffie and I were talking about earlier, but that we have consistent demand. When we have consistent demand, workers will see the benefit. When you look at what our restaurant workers were making pre-pandemic, it was something that was a stable opportunity for them to actually provide for their family. With the demand being so sporadic right now, of course, again, you could have a 7 p.m. rush, but if you don't have that lunch crowd and that dinner crowd consistently, then the workers won't come back. So I hate to sound like a broken record, Alex, or maybe I don't. It's about everybody coming back to the office. That's what's going to bring back demand, make that employment opportunity more attractive for those workers as well.
So you're saying that if the demand is more consistent, workers will just come back. Council member, is there anything specifically that we can be doing to?
Yeah, just to add on it. Last year we worked really hard on our the legislation to create the $100 million business grants program, which John and Mayor Bowser implemented. That restaurants, hospitality, and other retailers really needed. We followed that up this budget period. The council did with 88 million more for those industries. But we also need to make sure that we continue to encourage innovation, right? Through making the regulatory regime more predictable and more supportive of the things that restaurants and entrepreneurs need to do to sustain themselves throughout the pandemic. When we think about some of the things that we did with ABRA and our alcohol licensing, the way that we allowed the sales to happen from restaurants, some restaurants were able to pivot and do more of that. And while we're asking them to continue to pivot and innovate, we need to make sure that through our agencies, that we're creating an environment where when they make a decision to do something different that they think is going to be what gets them through the pandemic, that we're facilitating that through our efforts at agency implementation. And so I think it's critically important that we're listening and that we are proactively engaging as we have been doing. I know John has, I have, with people like Kathy Hollinger, the Restaurant Association, others, to make sure that we understand what their needs are and that we're working with them to the extent the laws or the regulations can be changed to support them throughout the pandemic. And I think it's incredibly important that we try to encourage more of that. And when we have the financial means through grants to do it, then we need to make sure that they understand it and it's easy for them to apply and get it, and that things like clean hands aren't impediments to their ability to do business during these tough times.
Thank you, Councilmember. We are coming to the end of our time, but I do want to do a rapid fire round robin of one question to all of you. We're going to all be back here next October 1st for the State of the District Business Conference like we are today. In one sentence, what are you going to be looking back in this rearview mirror most proud of? What accomplishment will the city have? What accomplishment will you be most proud of in the city from 2022? And I'm going to turn to you first in one sentence, John.
So what I'm really excited about is what Mayor Bowser has invested in affordable housing and what we will do between now and next October 1st is deploy unprecedented $400 million investment in affordable housing.
I second that. I'm excited about that as well. How about you, Jack?
I think to continue to really invest and modernize our transit systems and moving away from the traditional rush hour approach that we've had in the past to one that accommodates the needs of our residents more holistically.
Mayor Williams?
I think the leadership of the city will be moving toward a 21st century city. It won't be the old model, I agree. It'll be a new model, a truly mix of uses in the downtown.
Thank you. Yashim?
There will be a great write-up about the district's new tax policy produced by its Tax Revision Commission. And I'll make another prediction, and I'll still be complaining about land use regulations.
Great, thank you. How about you, Rick?
I think I'm excited to see a refocus on quality of life issues in the downtown, public health, public safety, and how we use our public space. Again, those are the amenities that really drive people down here. This is why they want to be here. So I think seeing that focus, and of course, seeing all the office buildings built. John and I are very excited to see that.
Great. And Councilmember McDuffie?
I'm going to be looking forward to seeing all the investments that we've made over the last two budgets with entrepreneurs of color, women-owned businesses that are really growing. They are hiring more people who we've trained here in the District of Columbia, perhaps through the University of District of Columbia, and so that those folks are employed and those businesses are really giving back. We're seeing wealth grow, and we're seeing transformations along corridors like Martin Luther King, Good Hope Road, Bladensburg Road, Rhode Island Avenue, and places like that.
Great. Well, thank you. Well, I want to thank you all for joining us today for this panel. What I hope we are looking at next year is that we're all doing this in person next October 1st, and we can be reveling in the success of the city and our return to the office. So again, thank you all for joining us today, and we'll turn this over to the next panel.
Thank you.
This is the first day of my life. Swear I was born right in the doorway. And I don't know where I am, I don't know where I've been, but I know where I want to go. And you said, this is the first day of my life.
Good morning. Thank you, DC Chamber, for the opportunity to participate in today's State of the District and Region Conference. It gives me great pleasure to introduce the moderator and panelists for the State of DC Health panel sponsored by CareFirst Blue Cross Blue Shield. I'm George Allouth, President and CEO of CareFirst Blue Cross Blue Shield Community Health Plan District of Columbia. We are a for-profit managed care organization that provides high-touch and customer-centric care to over 68,000 Medicaid beneficiaries today. Throughout this pandemic, we've continued our commitment to providing high-quality, innovative healthcare to all those that deserve it, supporting the district's goal for Medicaid reform, and improving the communities that our enrollees live in. I look forward to a panel discussion on the state of health in the District of Columbia and how we can take what we've learned throughout this pandemic and collectively move forward. And now, I'd like to introduce the moderator and panelists for today's session. The moderator for today is Brian D. Pennick. Mr. Pennick has served as the president and CEO of CareFirst Blue Cross Blue Shield since 2018. Prior to that, he was the company's chief operating officer. Before coming to CareFirst, Mr. Pennick served in various executive roles on Aetna's leadership team for over 19 years. Mr. Pennick is a member of several organizations and boards across the region, including the Federal City Club, the Economic Club of Washington, D.C., and the Greater Washington Board of Trade. He also served on Mayor Bowser's Reopen D.C. Advisory Group's Committee on Public Health, Innovation, and Workforce. Next, we have Vincent Gray. Councilmember Vincent Gray represents Ward 7 on the D.C. Council and serves as the chairperson on the Committee of Health. Councilmember Gray began his professional career at the ARC of D.C. He later became the director of the Department of Human Services and eventually the founding executive director of Covenant House, Washington, before beginning his political career. In 2011, he became the 6th elected mayor of Washington, D.C., after serving as the chairman of the D.C. Council. Councilmember Gray's advocacy for the residents of the District of Columbia and dedication to the children and families has been the hallmark of his career for over 30 years, serving both the city government and the nonprofit sector. Next, we have Mila Kaufman. Since 2012, Mila Kaufman has served as the executive director for the DC Health Benefit Exchange Authority. The Health Benefit Exchange Authority is a private-public partnership responsible for District of Columbia's Affordable Care Act online insurance marketplace, DC HealthLink. Ms. Kaufman is a nationally recognized expert on private health insurance markets as well as federal and state regulations. She has a record of successfully implementing federal and state health insurance reforms and building, revamping, and leading governmental and non-governmental organizations. Next, we have Kurt Newman. Dr. Kurt Newman has served as the president and CEO of Children's National Hospital since 2011. He's a renowned surgeon and recognized leader in pediatric health nationally and right here in Washington, D.C. Dr. Newman is also professor of surgery and pediatrics at George Washington University School of Medicine and Health Sciences. During the course of his career, he's forged productive partnerships with health systems across the region, with the government, community entities, and with the industry at the local, national, and global levels. Finally, we have Wayne Turnage. Wayne Turnage is the deputy mayor for the DC's Department of Health and Human Services, as well as the director of the Department of Healthcare Finance. As deputy mayor, he supports Mayor Bowser in coordinating a comprehensive system of benefits, goods, and services across multiple agencies to ensure that children, youth, and adults with and without disabilities can live healthy, meaningful, and productive lives. As director of DHCF, Mr. Turnage serves as the manager of the agency and works closely with the mayor's office and city council to address any concerns and needs of the Medicaid population in the district. Prior to his appointment, he served as chief of staff at Virginia Commonwealth University, as well as a cabinet member for 2 Virginia governors, including Timothy Kane and Mark Warner. Now, I will turn the program over to you, Mr. Pennick.
Good morning, and thank you for that introduction, George. Really thrilled to be here today. CareFirst Blue Cross Blue Shield is pleased to sponsor this panel on the state of DC health and to tap into the expertise and thought leadership of this morning's distinguished guests. I'm personally pleased to be among a group of colleagues and friends who I know share a vested interest in the health and well-being of our communities. I'm excited to moderate today's discussion, and I hope we have an opportunity for a conversation that will not only facilitate an understanding of the state of healthcare in the District of Columbia, but also provide insights into how we can move forward on the key issues that are top of mind in the healthcare industry and for the district specifically. CareFirst has deep roots here. For over 84 years, we have served communities in the District of Columbia, Maryland, and Northern Virginia as a not-for-profit healthcare company. Today, serving 3.5 million people, along with a portfolio of health insurance products and administrative services we provide, we see the needs of the region through the lens of health equity and what it means to provide access to affordable healthcare for all. It's our mission to support and lift the many constituencies we serve throughout the region. Our individual members and employer groups are partners in the healthcare delivery system, our local and provider communities, our community-based organizations, and our own employees who work and live in the district. Over the course of the pandemic, we have witnessed dramatic changes in where and how we live, learn, work, play, and worship. We've gone from a city almost completely shut down in early 2020 to the hopeful reopening of economies across the region. Many of our children have returned to school, and employers continue to navigate what it means to welcome their workforce back to an in-person work environment after over a year of working remotely. These continue to be very challenging times, and while we've made strides to establish what our new and better normal will be, there is still much to learn to develop the resiliency we'll need to continue to effectively manage the disruptions we'll undoubtedly face. But as leaders, with the many assets of the district behind us, not the least of which is the rich diversity of our citizens, I continue to be very optimistic. That said, I think we all know we need to be realistic as we head into the fall. How will we protect our children, a returning workforce, and a community eager to re-engage in social activities and a broader return to their lives? How will we act in the best interest of individual health and community health? How will we maintain the urgency to tackle the long-standing systemic health inequities and racial disparities the pandemic laid bare for all to see? Today, in the context of our discussion on the state of health in the District of Columbia, we will explore these and other questions as we map out how we move forward as a city. Again, I'm incredibly excited to welcome and moderate the panel we have convened today and what we'll learn from them. So let's kick off with what I know will be an enlightening and robust conversation. And perhaps we should start with some insights on the trajectory of this pandemic and what we might expect through the end of 2021 and the early part of 2022. Panel, I know forecasting has proven particularly challenging as of late. And as we approach the second year of the pandemic, we have witnessed the city's reopening and the consequent reinforcement of public health restrictions as COVID-19 cases started to surge again. But recently, there's been a turn toward a more optimistic outlook. According to several models, the Delta variant surge appears to be peaking nationally, and some are anticipating that cases and deaths will likely decline steadily through next spring without a significant winter surge. And so I thought we might start with representatives of city government. From the panel's perspective and based on these projections, Deputy Mayor, do you believe the worst is behind us? Is the worst over at this point?
Well, you know, I first of all, good morning, Brian, and good morning, fellow panel members. I'm always reluctant to call victory before the game is over, particularly in a game where the consequences of failure are so significant. But I am hopeful, based on the data that I am seeing, that we've reached a point where we are going downhill in our fight with this virus. And I also think we've reached a point where we're going to have to manage how to live with the virus in a fully open society. I don't think there's any appetite, interest, or impetus to close society again, not only in the district, but across the country. So I think that we still will have to remain very vigilant against the Delta variant and possible mutations if we can't get others who are rejecting the vaccine to take the shot. And so hopefully the momentum that we've seen in the last 2 weeks with the decline in the virus, I think the national caseloads, the national infection levels have dropped by 25% over the last 2 weeks. I think we've been seeing an uptick in the number of vaccines spurred by the mandates, as you mentioned, and I think people are just continuing to educate themselves. Hopefully with this momentum, we will put this pandemic in our rearview mirror for good.
I appreciate that. Council member, I'm curious, how are you feeling? Are you optimistic at this point as you think about where we are in the progression of the pandemic, but also on behalf of your constituents? And council member, I think you're on mute.
How about now?
Perfect.
Fantastic, Brian. Thank you so much. I certainly concur with what Wayne was saying as well. Maybe I'm overly optimistic myself, but I would like to believe that the worst of COVID-19 here in the District of Columbia is over. But I think the reality is that we've got to be as vigilant as we possibly can be. We got, COVID-19 quarantines, which will continue to be a way of life, I'm afraid, in our school system. And we can get the majority of our district school children fully vaccinated and back in school. Also, we need to remain vigilant about our hospital capacity as well throughout the entirety of our winter. As I'm already hearing, the flu is back as well with a vengeance. Boy, imagine that combination. To aid in this effort, I've proposed legislation which is supported by healthcare providers that will continue to allow out-of-state workers from COVID surge to practice in the District of Columbia, at least until the end of March. Hopefully, we will see the John A. Wilson building fully opened to the public in January. And by next spring, I hope that life in the District of Columbia feels like it is on a path to fully returning to normal. I mean, maybe I'm just overly optimistic, but that is who I am. Thank you, Brian.
I think an optimistic spirit goes a long way these days. So I appreciate the fact that you've maintained that. Mila, you've got an important constituency within DC HealthLink. What's your sense on behalf of the folks that you serve?
So I guess I'll be a little less optimistic. The recovery, the economic recovery at least, has been uneven. Some employers covered through us are doing much better. Some residents are doing much better. Others are still struggling. And I just have to applaud Mayor Bowser established a $15 million COVID relief fund to help employers and residents covered through us to stay insured through the pandemic. And Councilmember Gray made sure that that was authorized by the council as FY21 supplemental. And we've actually paid out $13.5 million to help people stay insured. But we are already seeing that some employers and some residents are struggling to pay their health insurance bills. So I worry about the uneven recovery. I'm thrilled to see the data on COVID deaths and hospitalizations going down, but we just have to continue to be mindful to make sure that all of our residents and all members of our community have the opportunity to recover.
Yeah, it's such a fantastic and important point. It's the sequential crisis, a public health crisis that gave rise to economic and workforce and employer challenges that exist within the community as well, and such a critical thing to highlight that as we come through the public health aspect of this, whatever that trajectory looks like, that there's still a lot of work that needs to be done to ensure full recovery across the community, Mila, and I really appreciate you highlighting that. Dr. Newman, I thought we might shift over to you. You represent some of our most precious constituents in the community, our children, but also resources that have been taxed and strained that continue to see the pressure of this pandemic in terms of health systems and hospital workers. What's your sense as to both the trajectory of where we are today, but also the effects to our public health resources, to our clinical resources in the community, and where we're headed over the course of the next several months?
Well, thank you, Brian, and thank you to Care First and to the team that's put this whole thing together, and my fellow panelists. I do have that optimism that the deputy mayor, and I want to say that the leadership here in the District of Columbia is part of the reason that I'm optimistic, and because I think as you look across the country, the kind of things that have been done here, the partnerships, the collaboration between hospitals, government, public health, are leading to the outcomes we see. We've had intense challenges, but they haven't been on the things that at the level we've seen on television and are reported across the country. And I'm really thankful for that leadership. That being said, I'm nervous though. I'm anxious about children. I think Mila pointed out sometimes there's unevenness in populations. Children aren't vaccinated yet under 12, and we will not see that vaccine for the Pfizer until hopefully this month at some point, emergency use. But that's not even the group that's under 5, so that's 5 to 12. So we have a lot of unvaccinated, but not by choice, but a big unvaccinated population that we still need to think about and take care of, and they're back in school, they're circulating. As an example of that, last year from a public health perspective, we saw almost no or very few hospitalizations due to the normal circulating respiratory viruses that hit children, that fill up our ICUs, fill up our emergency departments. Almost nothing. That was unprecedented. But now it's come back with a vengeance. And that's really what's impacting our hospital and a lot of children's hospitals across the country, is that combination of these respiratory viruses, RSV, which usually is in the winter. We're seeing it now hard in September, October, which you never see. And then what's the flu season going to look like? We had almost no flu last year. And again, so there's this, there's all these things brewing out there that we don't have a total handle on. And as you said, it's very hard to make these kinds of projections. Our hospital is feeling it right now. We're at capacity. We're managing well. We've got a great, teams. They've just stepped up in an unbelievable way. But I'm concerned as we go into the winter with this large, the kids that aren't able to be vaccinated yet, and we've got to get that done. But part of the optimism is, Children's Hospital has been part of Washington, D.C. for 150 years. This was supposed to be our 150th birthday. Wanted to celebrate with everybody, but we put that off. But there's been pandemics and epidemics. There was polio. There was the flu in 1918 that we've all weathered together. And just as a community, I'm just proud to be part of it, because I know we can probably lick any kind of thing that's coming along.
Yeah, I'd be remiss if I didn't wish you a happy birthday, Kurt. I know we've been fortunate to have you and your organization in the community, and I think specifically over the course of the past couple of years and the service that you've provided. You hit on a few things that I think I just wanted to highlight. One is if anybody was ever wondering about leadership, it matters. And I think there is cause to be optimistic. And I think also feel fortunate that leadership in this community has helped us through the challenges over the course of the past couple of years, better than many across the country, and it's worthy of recognition. I want to come back to a point the council member Gray made about the convergence, and you started to talk a bit about this, the effects of flu and other viruses on the community as against the backdrop of COVID, but also as children, right, begin to see exposure as we begin to get back together. There's great concern that the upcoming flu season, specifically with the ongoing pandemic, will cause tremendous strain to our healthcare system. In addition to our efforts to encourage vaccination against COVID-19, including booster shots as that guidance is released, health experts are also strongly encouraging people to take the flu vaccine. So, Dr. Newman, if we could stay with you for a minute, how would you respond to concerns people may have about taking both the flu and COVID-19 vaccines?
Yeah, there's thank you, Brian, for that. And there's strong evidence that, and it's encouraged to get both together if you can, even because what you don't want to be is in a situation where, and I think it was Deputy Mayor Turnage talking about a future of learning to live with a virus, and we've done that with flu. If you think about it, and annually we have to get a different vaccine, and sometimes it's got the right combo, and sometimes it's not exactly the right thing for what's coming along. That may be the future here, as he suggested, with the COVID-19 as it starts having these different variants and whatever. But these things can be hard to sort out. And you don't want to have to be running to your doctor or to the emergency department, or maybe even get hospitalized because you're protected against one virus and not the other. So the best thing to do is consult with your doctor, get as protected as you can against all of these viruses, and listen to the evidence and listen to the research because it's really proven out. I mean, look at the strong evidence of how protective these vaccines that were created in an unbelievably short period of time, and where we are, we can be optimistic because they're working. So I would definitely get both vaccines and keep yourself protected, obviously with the consultation of your doctor or your healthcare provider.
So with that as the backdrop and the encouragement based on what the data is telling us, I'm curious, Deputy Mayor Turnage, in terms of vaccination rates in the district, where are we today? Have we reached a plateau in our efforts to increase vaccination rates among vaccine hesitant and resistant populations? What's your sense of where we're going next?
Let me first say that I do remain very concerned about the persistent vaccine hesitancy that we see in several pockets across the city. Setting that concern aside for just 1 minute, however, I am that have been put in the arms of DC residents. It's almost 1 million doses, and what that translates to is about 70% of the population has at least one shot, and roughly 60% are fully vaccinated. And you can sort of glean, for people who doubt the vaccine for whatever reason, some crazy conspiracy or whether or not it works, you can get all you need to know about the power of these vaccines by looking at breakthrough rates, hospitalization rates, and deaths compared to people who are vaccinated versus those who are not. There are 4,000. We've identified 4,000, a little over 4,100 breakthrough cases among vaccinated people in the district. That's about 1%. And when you look at it across the 3 different vaccines, there's almost no statistically significant difference. You know, the best performer is Moderna, but it's like 0.96%. Johnson & Johnson is at 1.8%, and Pfizer's at 1.07. I mean, those
those differences are minuscule and they mean absolutely nothing in terms of efficacy or lack of efficacy. Now, to your question about vaccine hesitancy, I believe we have reached a population that is adamantly opposed to getting vaccine. And that opposition is grounded in many cases these outrageous conspiracy theories. It's grounded in sometimes fear that they don't express as fear. I heard it doesn't work, so why should I take it? It's grounded in a lot of misinformation. And so we're talking about roughly 30% of the population. Sadly, almost 60% of those who are not vaccinated are on publicly financed health insurance. And if you look at the vaccination rates in the district for different age groups and compare them to the Medicaid vaccination rates for those same age groups, you see overall a 70% vaccination rate, as I stated, about 46% for people on Medicaid. The age groups for the city are large. If you look at the 12 plus, 18 plus, and 65 plus, they're all over 80%. 65 plus is over 90%. By comparison, for DC Medicaid, except the old age group, every age group is under 50%. So there's a lot of work to do. Now, what discourages me is the fact that I know how much effort the city has put in trying to deal with this particular problem. We've done credible messengers, we've gone door to door, we've done incentive packages. We've worked with the healthcare community, the pharmacy community to make the vaccines readily available. You can walk out of your home or your apartment and you wouldn't have to walk very far to get a vaccine if you really wanted one. But at the end of the day, the reality of it is we cannot force people to take the shot. We can make it very consequential if you don't take it. People say it's my right, my body, I don't want to take the shot. Okay, we're not talking about something that only affects you, however. This is an infectious disease. And so we believe that society has a right to say, okay, if you don't want to take the vaccine, you might have to find another line of work. You don't want to take the vaccine, you might not be able to come to this big social event. And so if people want to, take that risk and curtail their daily functions based on the fact that they are not going to get the vaccine, that's a choice that they certainly have to make. But I think what we will continue to do is all the things that I mentioned, and encourage large venues, which is now the source of most infection. You go to sporting events, concerts, if those venues don't take the precautions to require masking, to maybe even require vax cards to get in, to be careful how they serve food, they will continue to be the major source of new cases of virus in the city. So that's kind of where we are, and I think that explains reasons for hope and also reasons for concern.
Deputy Mayor, I'm really glad that you started with a couple of things. One is recognition that 70% of folks have gotten vaccinated, and we appreciate and we thank them for that, and have at least started that process with 60% being fully vaccinated. And I think that is important to come back to. But this transition that you made, and I think it's a critical one, which is the balance between rights and responsibilities, individual rights relative to the responsibility that we have to one another in the midst of a public health crisis and a communicable disease. You started to talk a bit about steps that are being taken. So COVID-19 vaccine mandates are becoming more commonplace in the district, more commonplace nationally. On September 9th, the Biden administration announced a vaccine mandate ordering all businesses with more than 100 employees to require their workers to be immunized or submit to weekly testing. On August 10th, prior to that, on August 10th, Mayor Muriel Bowser announced that vaccination against COVID-19 will be a requirement for all DC government employees who work in agencies that report to the mayor. We talked a bit about this before we went live today, and Kurt was reflecting DC hospitals have made it mandatory for their employees to be vaccinated against COVID-19. And as an employer, I can relate to this. On August 16th, CareFirst announced that the workforce must be fully vaccinated by November 1st. We began our vaccine attestation process on September 15th, which included a commitment that our employees would provide proof of vaccination when asked. And as we meet this morning, more than 90% of our employees have completed that attestation with a couple of weeks to go before we fully wrap up that process. I'm curious, and I'd love to get some reflections from Dr. Newman and from the deputy mayor. If you could describe your mandate, what it entails, and how you're administering it. What results are you seeing? And Dr. Newman, if we could start with you. I know you have some latest returns within your workforce, and would love to hear how that process has gone.
Thank you, Brian. We began thinking about this back in June, actually, because we at Children's, and this was part of the entire DC Hospital Association collaboration and partnership, and Jackie Bowens did a terrific job of bringing all the hospitals together. And it was not only in Washington, DC itself, but it was in the region. We wanted to have a collective effort. Now, as a children's hospital, we felt that there was a special responsibility, because I mentioned that the children wouldn't be vaccinated this fall. So we wanted to get out in front of it. And we announced in late June that by September 30th, 100%. We modeled it on what we do with flu. We already have a process. So there are some exceptions for religious and medical. And we used that basically same approach and said, look, by September 30th, you need to be vaccinated if you're going to work at Children's National. Parents are going to want to know, if they bring a child to our hospital, that the staff has been vaccinated and is going to keep them safe. And at that time, we achieved, I think, before we signaled that it was going to be mandatory, we had gotten to 75% of our staff, which was good. I mean, we were proud of that, but it wasn't 100%. So we used some of the things we'd learned and partnered with the city. Dr. Nesbitt, terrific leader, brought us different ideas, other hospitals. We had weekly calls on this thing and worked with our staff. And I'm proud to say yesterday, Brian, was September 30th, we achieved 100%. So we're 100% vaccinated. Now, there are compliant with our process. Now, there are some people that have religious and medical reasons, and we wanted to work with them. And I think a lot of it's around education, and then appealing to the mission. I mean, I keep telling our team, we're going to look back at this, as tired and as fatigued as we are, as one of our proudest moments. We banded together as a hospital, 8,800 employees, focused on children's health, worked with all the other hospitals, worked with the city leadership, and can achieve something like that. And we have a responsibility too, as an employer. We're the second largest private employer in the city. We didn't do layoffs last year, for example. We wanted to keep our families intact. I think there's a strategy and tactics. A lot of it, though, is about doing this collectively and all in together, whether it's a payer, provider like yourself, but we can get to being 100% compliant across the city in healthcare for sure.
Dr. Newman, on a personal level, I'm sure that's a great relief. It's an incredible accomplishment, but a great relief. These are difficult choices, and weighing the balance of the responsibility that we have, specifically as healthcare companies, relative to our commitment to the people that work for us. I can only imagine that that's got to be a great relief for you, a great relief for your team to have shown up that way. Do you want to talk a little bit about that, reflect a bit on that particular point?
Brian, I was worried all the last few weeks, almost couldn't sleep worrying about, because I care about our people, and a lot of people worked here at Children's, and they've put their lives on the line over the last 18 months and even beyond that, weekends, nights. They've got their own challenges at home. I didn't want to have to be in a situation where we were going to have to let somebody go. I really didn't want to have to be in that situation. And I think any leader, everybody on this call and probably in the audience feels the same way. You're committed to these folks, but there are choices. And the deputy mayor said it well. Look, this is an infectious disease. We're in the healthcare business. I can't look a parent in the eye and say, look, we're going to protect your child when I have people that aren't following the best evidence and taking care of themselves. So it was hard, but I was prepared to go that route, didn't want to have to do it. I'm thankful that our team has stepped up and, they're real heroes. They're real heroes. That's all I can say.
Well, Dr. Newman, and as a father of 3 daughters under the age of 12, I appreciate the leadership and the modeling of the behavior from you and your staff. It couldn't come at a more important time for us as a society. Deputy Mayor, I'm curious, how's the progression been? How's the message been received? The progress that's been made with the mayor's vaccine mandate within the administration? And do you feel like this has made an impact on the number of city employees that have gotten vaccinated?
Yeah, Brian, I don't think there's any question but that it has made a significant impact. I remember when we first started collecting these data before the mandate was issued. It was a slow crawl in most agencies, 30, 40, 50%. And then when the mayor announced that you had to be vaccinated by September 19th or to go through this testing routine that is really, while not cumbersome, it requires some effort on the part of the unvaccinated. The numbers showed an appreciable increase. Now we are at, I think the vaccination rate citywide for DC employees is about 87% who have submitted their vaccination status on our personnel software system. And based on that information, we know that 72% of all district employees are vaccinated. Now, one concern that we do have, and this is a early and emerging concern, is that, and the data are very preliminary, so I won't be too specific, as the mayor is still examining this question, is, how diligent are people who are getting tested? One of all, are they getting tested? And how diligent are those who are getting tested in reporting their results within 7 days of the test? The early indication of those numbers look pretty low. And I can tell you with this mayor, if those numbers don't change, I can't see that policy of a test out option lasting. She's not going to risk the health of the workforce and the residents that we interact with, particularly, as Dr. Newman notes, kids, and particularly those who want to get vaccinated but cannot because of some medical condition. These folks have to be protected. I mean, there's just no if and I've gone from being a real sympathetic sort of a cajoler to people who were persistent in their expressions of I'm not going to get vaccinated. So now I don't have any sympathy. I just don't. When people tell me I'm just not going to do it, I say, well, you're playing Russian roulette with your life, and you're especially playing Russian roulette if you're Black and you have underlying conditions, or you're a person of color other than Black and you have underlying conditions. So if you want to take those kind of chances with your life, that is certainly your right, but you don't have a right to put other people in jeopardy. I have as a quick personal story, I have a barber who had a medical condition that took him down for like 2 or 3 weeks. And he just took him down for like 2 months, I'm sorry. And he came back to cut my hair yesterday for the first time in like 2 or 3 months. And he told me that when he woke up from his problem, his family told him that 3 of his brothers were dead. And they all died of COVID. And all 3 of them were adamant that they weren't going to get vaccinated. I mean, it's just unbelievable to me. It's absolutely unbelievable. And so I no longer, share an understanding for people who say, you know what, I'm just not going to do it. I don't understand that, I'll never understand it. So it's kind of where we are.
Deputy Mayor, I appreciate the themes. You touched on the balance of rights and responsibilities earlier, and now the consequences associated with choices. And I think specifically that those consequences are not equitably distributed within the context of our communities. And I think that's a critical thing for all of us to keep at the forefront of our minds as we're faced with what is the right thing to do? What's the right thing to do from a personal health perspective? What's the right thing to do for the people around us? I'm curious, and Mila touched on this earlier, that we're not just dealing with the consequences of a public health crisis, we're dealing with the fallout of what's happened in terms of economic impact to people, to households, to businesses. But we're also dealing with the strain on the healthcare system, mental, physical, and emotional health and well-being of healthcare workforce. We hear a lot and read a lot about these days shortages in nursing and the supply of available nurses and the capacity of the people in the healthcare system, even more so than rooms and beds and ventilators like we heard back in the early part of 2020. I'm curious, are we doing enough to support and to manage those workforce strains within healthcare? What resources might be necessary as we go forward? And this question would really be, Dr. Newman, for you, running a health system and Deputy Mayor, as you think about public health more broadly.
Well, Brian, thank you for the question. I think there's multiple dimensions to it. First of all, there were strains on the healthcare workforce even before the pandemic that were starting to show. The nursing workforce, the supply was not where it needed to be over time, and so we were going the United States, and certainly in the region. Now we've been a little blessed here in the region. We've got tremendous universities. We've got nursing schools. We've got a great education system. So there is a pathway and a pipeline. But the COVID has really stressed that and made those structural issues that were beginning to emerge much, much more acute. And so there's probably some things we need to do, and the DC Hospital Association and others have been beginning to think about this to work collectively. We can't compete against each other and get out of this, trying to hire from other hospitals or other jurisdictions or whatever. So we need to have a collective response, and we're starting to work with the DC government to think about what those are. And then we need a longer term look. We got to start back in elementary school and middle school, high school, college, and create career pathways and these are good jobs. We need to create these opportunities and look at the incentives and exposing young people to the great careers of being a doctor or being a nurse or being a pharmacist or whatever, because we've got the universities right here, and programs. These programs work. I mean, I've seen these pipelines of internships, and I know Care First is heavily involved with these kinds of programs to get the young people engaged, and we see it. We have a great partnership with Trinity University, for example, of young women that get turned on to medical careers, nursing and otherwise, and then they become our workforce. But right now it's a crunch. I think we're at Children's we're in good shape, and I think it was the right decision last year, despite all the financial stress that we were under. But we made a bet that we would need these people on the other side of the pandemic, and that's turned out to be true. So no layoffs, and you think about these folks too. They are dealing with the pandemic in their home lives, and that's what we're seeing too. And back to Mila's point, we need to create support in that other side of their lives so they can work. So is it childcare? Is it income support? what is it that they need to be able to continue to work and not leave the workforce? So anyway, that's a kind of lot of stream of consciousness there. It's on my mind all the time. I just got to say to the council member and the deputy mayor, thank you for the new hospital. And that is just going to be such a huge asset to a community that needs it. And thank you for your leadership. And we're thrilled to be a part of it. And again, we're going to need doctors, nurses, respiratory therapists, pharmacists to staff that hospital. So it is a crucial question to build these pipelines.
Mm-hmm.
Deputy Mayor, when Dr. Newman talks about this crunch, how do you see the crunch, from your vantage point, and what are some of the things that the district is focused on?
Yeah, I agree with everything Dr. Newman had to say. I think like I was holding my breath as certain dates came near. I was very, very fearful that we would have a mass exodus from the unvaccinated in the medical community. I was also very fearful that we would have a similar exodus from areas of government where we could least afford our education institutions, our public safety institutions, and FEMS, our emergency system. And so what, as the dates for, as the requirements, the date for requiring vaccinations approached, we worried. But I think what I am seeing in the data is something that in the back of my mind was percolating and telling me why I shouldn't worry. And I think at the end of the day, not everybody, but most people, when faced with the prospect of losing their job, as opposed to taking a vaccine and continuing to work, I think that when that reality hits them, that they will decide, you know what, I should go ahead and do this. And I think that's what we're seeing. Now, that doesn't mean there won't be some pressing shortages because of utilization. And I think when that happens, we have to work hand in glove with the medical community to pull whatever levers that we can pull on the government side to remove pressures that suppress supply. We've done that initially with the waiver on the requirement that you be licensed in the district to provide healthcare in the district. That was extended, and it was done as out of a response to a request from Councilmember Gray and members of the healthcare community, because they were concerned that they had a significant portion of their workforce that had benefited from not having to get licensed to practice in the district. And when that waiver went away, that we could face some shortages. So we have to do those kind of things, working with the healthcare community and making sure that we're being as flexible as possible to not add to their problems.
Yeah, but more work certainly to come. I'm as optimistic as I've been, at least in my career, that we're seeing this with a level of clarity and continuity between the private and public sector that we haven't in the past. So hopeful that this will lead to the right kinds of investment and change as we go forward. Deputy Mayor and Councilmember Gray, I know an area as we talk about this idea that vaccine rates are not equally high across all communities within the district and frankly all communities across the country, and the effects of COVID not equally felt across all communities. I know one of the communities that most on this panel are focused on are really the people of the district who benefit and who access services through managed Medicaid and Medicaid program. This has obviously been another topic of conversation that's hit the public eye against the backdrop of this pandemic. Deputy Mayor, I was wondering if you could offer a perspective regarding the state of the district's Medicaid managed care program today, where we are and where you see us headed next.
More than happy to. I will say as at the outset that when I tell folks when I came to DC to work for then Mayor Gray in 2011, I neither drank nor cursed. I have still been able to avoid taking up the habit of drinking, but I now curse like a sailor. And the latest twists and turns on the managed care program certainly contributed to my tendency to use foul language. We are now in the best place that we have been on this issue, thanks to Mayor Bowser, thanks to Councilmember Gray, and now thanks to Chairman Phil Mendelssohn. Starting in February of this year, we had some significant challenges. To summarize, the district went through a procurement. We picked 3 plans. There was a protest. The Contract Appeals Board, when we petitioned them as to whether we should move forward and move all these members, while they had the protest in hand, the Contract Appeals Board said, yes, go ahead and move members. We reassigned 175,000 members to across those 3 plans, and there are 250,000 amongst those 3 plans. About close to 70,000 were assigned to the one new plan, MedStar Family Choice. And then 5 months later, the CAB knocked on our door and said, you know what, you got a problem with the MedStar proposal. We're going to have to ask you to end their contract September 30th and move all those members. And so I immediately went to the mayor and said, we got a problem. We were told to go forward, and we did. We are now in a pandemic. We didn't start the procurement in a pandemic, but we are now in a pandemic. And the CAB is asking us to move these members again because of some challenges with MedStar's proposal. And the mayor's response was immediate. She said, I'm not going to move members again in this pandemic. What do we need to do to stabilize this? And so we worked closely with Councilmember Gray and his staff. I do want to tip my hat to both Councilmember Gray and Eric Goulet. They were absolutely fabulous. We submitted 3 different times measures to the council that would allow MedStar to continue in the procurement process, to be a part of the rescoring that the CAB was calling for, and not be removed out of the process by a technicality where they did exactly what the government told them to do. Twice, the council members, the council at large, rejected our proposal. And following the last rejection, the mayor decided to exercise her authority under a declared emergency and establish 3 contracts, the existing 3 incumbents, as emergency contracts, while we rebid the program under a broader scope. We wanted to bring in mental health and mental health services to managed care, and the Office of Contracting and Procurement told us we could not do that under the current RFP. So we took advantage of this propitious timing and said, okay, we'll do it now. And so there was a huge amount of deliberation and discussion between the mayor's team, Councilman Gray and his team, and Councilmember Mendelssohn. And on yesterday, Councilmember Mendelssohn announced that there was an agreement reached to move forward. And on Tuesday of next week, he will advance a bill that will include all 3 incumbent contracts. I won't get into the particulars of how it will include them, but it will include all 3 incumbent contracts for a 9-month contract while we re-procure the existing managed care program. And hopefully, if we get 9 votes, and he is confident that he can get 9 votes, this will resolve that issue. But the big point to be taken from all this is that effective today, which is the first day of the new contract period, the health plans will be paid, not on the 8th like they normally are, but shortly after the decision is made and we can load the money in the system. So there will be no lapse in coverage or services for anybody on Medicaid or Alliance. And we are in a good posture moving forward. Thanks so much to you. said earlier, leadership matters. And I think about that, and I agree with you 100%. I'm so blessed and thankful to be working for Mayor Bowser, to have an extremely close relationship with Councilmember Gray and his staff, and now having the opportunity to work with Councilmember and Chairman Phil Mendelssohn yesterday. So we are moving forward in a very positive vein after some weeks and months of tumult.
Yeah, Deputy Mayor, I appreciate that. And you said it, and I'll second it. Continuity of healthcare access, specifically against the backdrop of a pandemic for one of the most vulnerable populations in the district, couldn't be more important than it is today. Deputy Mayor, you acknowledged, and Councilmember Gray, the importance of your leadership. Anything that you would add in terms of where we are and what you see next for this program and for the work that we're doing in the district to provide health access?
Absolutely, Brian. I appreciate that. I want to underscore, I want to thank Deputy Mayor Turnage also. I'm delighted to have been able to work with Wayne Turnage since he came to the District of Columbia. What a blessing he has been to our managed care program and Medicaid program, generally speaking, in the District of Columbia. And I think he's underscored it. And I think we need to continue to keep that in mind, that I think the impasse that we've experienced the last several months, in particular, the impasse surrounding managed care, I think will hopefully be resolved on October 5th, which will be next Tuesday. That will be as a result of the proposed solution that ratifies the 3 contracts that you alluded to, Wayne, for a 9-month period, which will complete the process of the rebidding of the new contract. It's really important to point out that issues with the Medicaid program arose from a long-standing misinterpretation. And I don't have any reservations about saying that. It's a misinterpretation of the legal standard for submitting subcontracting plans by the Office of Contracting and Procurement. And those issues were not the fault of the Department of Healthcare Finance. But I am delighted, Brian, that we will continue to allow for the rebidding of the insurance program that we talked, the Medicaid program, managed care program, which will this will allow access to any hospital, any federally qualified health care center, and the hospital-based physician and specialist efforts providing health care, health equity to those residents on public insurance. With the rebid of the Medicaid contract, and what a complicated situation that has been, has had us immersed in this situation for months and months. With the rebid, there's also considerable opportunities to improve care coordination and treatment with the inclusion of behavioral health services, which will be a major step forward, Brian, for us to be able to provide those kinds of services that will be provided under Medicaid. This council period, I intend to continue to support legislative measures that expand the use of telehealth, which is a way of providing services that we increasingly are looking towards at this stage, and also adding regional cooperation to increase access for DC residents. In addition, I'm going to be proposing legislation to create a Medicaid buy-in program in the District of Columbia that will allow residents with severe disabilities to keep their Medicaid insurance and to expand their career opportunities and income. So this has been I won't say a maddening experience, but I would never want to go through this again. Wayne, I hope you won't want to go through this again either. And I know my staff doesn't want to go through this again. And I hope that our partners in Medicaid and working with the mayor, that they won't have to go through this again. But we have an opportunity to really step forward and do something better than we've done in the past. And we may have a chance to talk about this, but to look at what we're trying to do with healthcare, especially in certain areas of the city. It is absolutely extraordinary, the opportunities that we have. And I want to see us take full advantage of that, Brian.
Brian, if I could just comment on that. This was not the time to have this kind of uncertainty for the, if you think about the families and, the deputy mayor, Councilmember Gray, the mayor deserve a lot of credit to get this thing squared away. But uncertainty is not helpful for the families and the kids. Over half the children we take care of are on the Medicaid programs, and we're giving great care. But if there's uncertainty like that, it really destroys the confidence in the health system at the time we need it the most. All the things we've been talking about, the trust and that kind of thing. It doesn't help the healthcare workforce. If there's uncertainty about whether the hospitals are going to get paid or the doctors are going to get paid, they're going to look elsewhere. They've got choices now to look elsewhere. So to get this squared away so we can make plans, we know what projections and budgets, we can really, while we're dealing with all of this unprecedented healthcare crisis. And then a second point, Wayne mentioned was the increased access to mental health. That's one thing we haven't had enough time to talk about, but we're in the midst of a healthcare crisis around mental health that's kind of gotten not enough attention while we're dealing with the pandemic. And the pandemic has only worsened the crisis. We see it with the kids, the anxiety, the suicide, depression, eating disorders, all at all-time high levels that are crushing the healthcare system almost as much as the pandemic is, and they're related. So kudos to the courage to get this thing straightened out and move forward to do the right thing.
Yeah, Dr. Newman, incredibly well said, and I appreciate the time and energy and the passion of this panel. The time has gone quickly, and there's been a lot of robust dialogue on incredibly important topics. I just want to acknowledge a couple of pieces from a leadership perspective and in the vein of Leadership Matters. Obviously, the work, not just in this program, but the work of DC HealthLink more broadly as a critical access point from a healthcare perspective. Council member, in addition to your championing of the continuity of the Medicaid program in these uncertain times, as Dr. Newman highlighted, but also your championing of the new 136-bed George Washington Health Hospital and ambulatory pavilion at St. Elizabeth's East and the two new urgent care facilities in Ward 7 and Ward 8. All of these things come together to form a more complete whole as we think about healthcare access in the district and where we have opportunities to move forward. With that, we're being asked to wrap up and to move to the next panel. I want to thank all of our participants today for your insights, but more than your insights, for the incredible work that you do each and every day on behalf of district residents in all of your programs and organizations and the leadership that you provide. Leadership Matters has never mattered more than over the course of the past 2 years. And we're fortunate to have each of you as leaders in public health in the District of Columbia. So thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Brian. I appreciate it very much. Thank you for your leadership on this panel also. And we are really excited about the groundbreaking forthcoming soon for our new hospital. And we'll be working with Wayne, of course, and Dr. Newman and Mila, all of whom have formed an excellent group working together to bring health services to areas of the city where they just have not been evident in the past.
Well said. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Hello, and thank you for joining us today. It is a great opportunity to be part of such an awesome event. We are ready to reconvene this fantastic conference, and it has already been interesting as it relates to the many aspects of the state of the district and region. The first panel was the state of business recovery and economic development. Next, we dove into the state of DC health and panel discussion. So this is a great segue to our next panel discussion, which is titled State of Education and Workforce Development. I believe without this component, solutions for economic development, small businesses, and health disparities would be very challenging. My name is Connie Russell, and I am the CEO of CL Russell Group, a workforce development and training company. So I personally understand and know the value of staying current and connected with today's workforce trends. Coming up next, we will be hearing from our moderator, Mr. Donald Graham, Chairman of Graham Holdings Company. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Don Graham. I am a long ago publisher of the Washington Post, and I am very pleased to convene a panel which includes some of the great educators. The District of Columbia is an educational center. As Dr. Frederick has pointed out to us, it is a great university center. And we also have with us today 2 college presidents, the deputy mayor for education, and the head of the public charter school board. So trying to go in alphabetical order, we have Dr. Wayne Frederick, who is the president of Howard University, was previously, before being elected to that great honor, was the dean of Howard's medical school and was a great doctor himself. We have Paul Kine, who is the deputy mayor for education. You will recall that in the District of Columbia, the K-12 education system reports to the mayor. So Dr. Kine has the full responsibility under Mayor Bowser for all of our systems of education. Dr. Ron Mason, I believe, is the longest serving president of the University of the District of Columbia. He came in with great respect from the faculty and from supporters of UDC, I believe 6 years ago, Dr. Mason, and has led a consistent, strong efforts to improve that university in every way. Dr. Michelle Walker Davis worked in the District of Columbia system of education for 7 years under former Mayor Anthony Williams, has been leading a civic organization in Minneapolis, St. Paul, but came back to the district a year ago August, to take over the responsibility for the Public Charter School Board, which is a unique institution in the District of Columbia with responsibilities for chartering and then reviewing the progress of all our charter schools. By agreement with our panel, I'm going to start this discussion with Dr. Frederick. I realize that the audience, many of you, are coming from a panel of public health experts. Dr. Frederick's responsibilities are somewhat different. He has to look out far enough to see what's coming to his university, its student body, its faculty, and others. Dr. Frederick, Washington is still, to some extent, in the grip of the coronavirus. It's not over. But given our rates of vaccination, given apparently a reduced national rate of cases, what do you expect in the rest of this semester and into next semester will be the extent of how much are we going to be affected by the coronavirus going forward?
Yeah, well, I'm certainly no Anthony Fauci, so I don't want to mislead anyone there. But just this morning, actually, I was looking at a series of data. I think there are two important things for us to think about as we think about this question. One is vaccination rates are going up because of mandates. So mandates appear to be working. And what that is going to do is that it's going to force environments in which people are going to self-select. There's something in medicine called natural selection, where you are going to, by design, find yourself in situations where most of the people around you have some of the advantages you have. And I think vaccinated population will begin to be interacting with vaccinated populations. So that's one major factor. And I think that that will increase mandates because of how effective they've been. The second is that the 5 to 11 age group, if you take that age, if you include that age group in the total population, our vaccination rate is about 50-something%. If you take that population out, our vaccination rate goes up to 60-something% nationally, and DC is probably even higher than that. So the direction of where we're heading, I think, is right. Now, having said that, if we continue to maintain the right precautions, we don't have another variant that's virulent develop, I do think we will find ourselves in a better space. And we're seeing that anecdotally at Howard. Our infection rate is 1% or less, and it has consistently been that, even as we brought students back into the residence halls, et cetera. And the vaccinated population, we have not had a single student test positive who was hospitalized. And I think that's another critical component as well.
Would you repeat that, please? Just so everybody hears you loud and clear.
Sure, we haven't had a single student who's fully vaccinated, test positive, and end up in the hospital. So I think it's important.
For what populations have you mandated vaccines at the university? Have you mandated them for students, for faculty, for staff?
We've mandated them for everyone.
Yeah.
And so we are considering religious exemptions, et cetera. So we now have in our dorms 100% are vaccinated. The students who are coming for in-person instruction, well over 98% are vaccinated. And so we feel pretty comfortable that we will be able to decrease testing next semester as well, which is another important component.
Doctor, I want to, since you are our first panelist here, I want to ask you just a couple of questions about the health of Howard University. As we mentioned before we started, universities that serve a significant portion of low-income students, and Howard has been very generous in serving Pell-eligible students, including but not limited to DC residents, faced a particularly grave challenge in the pandemic, keeping up their enrollment. On the other hand, you've had winds blowing in the other direction. Would you talk about the health of Howard University today, how your enrollment is holding up, how your revenue is holding up, and what you see for the future of the university?
Yeah, I think the university is in a very healthy place. Our enrollment is up. We have the largest census we've ever had, over 12,000 students. That enrollment is up across the board. You look at law schools across the country where you have declining incoming classes. Our incoming class this year is in the 175 to 180 something range. That's a very strong enrollment. We had 11,000 applications for medical school this year and only enrolled 126 students, 76 of whom Howard was the only place that they got a spot. So enrollment is strong, the revenues are strong, our fundraising is at an all-time high as well. And so that's good. Now, there are headwinds that we have to be cautious of. And if you look at high school graduation, especially for minorities, that's declining. And so while our applications are up across the board, it is something that concerns me that if that trend continues, we can have a significant national problem. While Howard may remain healthy over the next 5 to 10 years, the number of African Americans entering college or graduating from high school could suffer a significant decline after so many gains in the prior administration.
One last question that I'm going to ask to each panelist. We're coming off an extraordinary year plus, one spring semester of 2020, and then the whole of the fall and spring of 2021, where everyone was learning online. And I wonder what your faculty is telling you about whether that impacted the learning, either of Howard's own students or of the students you're enrolling this year, whether they're at the level that's expected of entering students at Howard University, or was there a setback caused by the pandemic?
Yeah, I think it's still evolving. It's still a question in evolution. The in-person is definitely impacted. As we put students in small groups, we're going to see that. We're coming up on midterms, and I think after midterms, we'd have a better assessment. Remember, the past year, especially as a senior in high school, students did not spend time with one another, working in groups. And a major part of what we do on campus is really that kind of self-initiated learning. And I think that's one of the big things that's different from high school as students make that transition, that self-initiation, that willingness to go down to the National Library of Congress and pull that one extra piece of information. They've done everything from a desktop. And so that self-motivation, as it will, we'll see what impact it has on that quality, but we're just embarking on midterm, so I can't say just yet what we've seen. In terms of the applications we've seen, they have been just as strong in terms of the academic numbers, but putting that into, translating that into the classroom, we'll see how they perform.
Thank you. Let me turn next to Dr. Mason, since we've been talking about universities. As everyone in the audience knows, Dr. Mason is the president of the one public university in the District of Columbia, the University of the District of Columbia. And many, certainly not all, he has a healthy international student body. Many of his students come from the District of Columbia public and charter school systems. Dr. Mason, how has UDC done in facing the challenges we've been talking about, the enrollment, retention challenges that many universities have faced? And then how do you feel about the preparation of your incoming students and whether there's been any change in the level of their preparation?
Good morning, Don. Thank you for having me on the panel and to the chamber. So to the first question, you're right, we are public, and not only in that way, but in other ways, we are very different from Howard, as you know. We're sort of one entire higher education system in one compact package. And so we have an open admissions door that we call a community college. And as you know, enrollment in community colleges, generally speaking, has taken a big hit nationally. And so in that door, which is our community college, last year we were down 10%. This year we were actually trending ahead 10%. But when it came time for students to make the final decision whether they were going to go to school or not, a lot of them just didn't decide to go to school. And so in that door, we ended up another 10% down this year. And so from an enrollment perspective, we're down generally speaking, but it's in a very specific population. It's in the population that didn't transition, generally speaking, from high school to college for 2 years in a row. Now, in terms of retention, we've done quite well. The students that are here stayed here, and we're a high touch university. Yes, and so, yeah, so when we talked, we have, half our students are part-time, we're an older population, and so we have a different sort of student base that we know how to work with. And we have workforce training, we have associate's degrees, we have bachelor's degrees. And so our faculty have a tradition of being very hands-on. And so for the students that were here, my sense is that we've done very well. Retention was up. Graduation numbers were up last year. We didn't have to compromise academic integrity. We didn't go to pass fail or anything like that. And so, all in all, I think, the student loss is of great concern, not only for us, but also for the students and for the district as well. But in terms of the institution and, where we are and whether we're healthy, I'd say we learned during the pandemic that we are stronger than we thought we were.
Good.
We were able to make the pivot. Half our students are actually online, but we had trained all the faculty to teach online. Technology is state of the art. And even financially, because of the federal funds, we were able to make sure we balanced the budget for the next 3 years. So all in all, UDC is doing well, but we're very concerned about the students that didn't make the transition.
You also, since you're talking to the DC Chamber of Commerce, you might want to comment on a great success that you have had in forging connections with the DC business community, making UDC a center of training for certain jobs that are coming to the Washington region.
Yeah, and I'd say we're just getting started. But for example, we're in the CoLab program now with our Greater Washington partners, but Howard and another group were there in the first wave. We're there in the second wave. We're doing very well with federal agencies. All of our grants are up. We just got a nice grant that is a consortium that includes Howard, as a matter of fact, to do public health information technology and training. AWS, I heard on one of the earlier panels, they talked about the fact that we worked with Amazon Web Services to build out a pipeline of training to supply workforce for them, and the district approved it. And so, we're headed in the right direction in every way. And I think our workforce training division is going to have growing importance, and especially if Deputy Mayor Kine has his way, it'll be more and more active as we go forward. But from an educational perspective, we're making sure that the pipelines are seamless, connected from workforce to associates to bachelors, and that they're seamless and have multiple on and off ramps with multiple credentials, so that a student can get on that pathway and then work their way in their own time to their highest level of potential.
Thank you. Since you have passed the ball to Paul Kine, I'm going to ask the deputy mayor the same question aimed at a different population. Paul, the students of the District of Columbia faced unprecedented challenges in the last year plus. Suddenly, everybody had to become an online learner. Suddenly, everybody had to, teachers had to instruct students in a wholly different way. The familiar debates in the Washington public and charter school systems really have been changed for something different. We're used to the question, are our test scores, are our student achievements improving at a fast enough rate? Is everybody improving at a fast enough rate? Now, I think the question I want to put to you is, where are we? Obviously, the last year plus has to have been unsettling for teachers and students in the DC public and charter schools. You have been trying to assess whether there has been learning loss and how great it has been. What's your feeling about that as we meet this morning?
Well, good morning, Don, and thanks to the Chamber for including me on the panel. I think your question has cut right to the heart of the matter, and I think I can say in no uncertain terms that the pandemic has set back our education system. It has certainly set back the learning for the majority of our young people. It's the reason that I believe, that we believe, that Mayor Bowser believes so strongly we've got to be in schools and in classrooms. It's where students learn best, and it's where they need to be. It's also important to note this is not a monolithic portrait. We've certainly heard from some students and some families and some schools that there were students that did very well over the course of the pandemic. We've heard from some teachers that there were some benefits to virtual instruction for their ability to individualize and so forth. And it's also important to say that we are further behind as a system, but we would have been much worse off if it had not been for the work of our teachers, who did an extraordinary job. I think anyone who has talked to teachers over the past year and a half knows what they have put in and how much they have salvaged and all the extraordinary work that they've done. Now, all that said, we do know a few important facts about this. Firstly, there was a study done across DCPS and the public charter sector last year that indicated, on average, students who were categorized as at risk had lost between 4 and 5 months of learning over the first 9 months of the pandemic, which was a very big number. Secondly, DCPS has begun to look internally at its own information, and it's clear that they have done well in some areas and less well in others. So for example, and this may come as no surprise, early literacy learning seems to have suffered particularly over the course of the pandemic with younger students who clearly would have a lot more difficulty with virtual learning. It's also clear that math, and in particular middle grades math, is an area where we saw learning loss of some significance. And there again, educators are speculating that's because when you're learning math, it's often better to be in person, in groups, using manipulatives and so on to get across the concept. So we know that we have struggled. We are putting enormous energy, resource, and investment into recovery, high impact tutoring, acceleration academies. There's lots of work at an individual student level that's currently going on across DCPS and the public charter sector to make up for this, but it's a significant problem, Don.
You have 2 university presidents on this panel, and that must remind you that one of the crucial tasks of the DC system of education is to prepare its K-12 students for college. It is always a challenge to have 12th graders ready to apply to college, to have all the preparatory requirements for college fulfilled. Are you concerned about that there may be setbacks in the rates of DC graduates wanting to attend college or prepared to do it?
We have not yet seen any evidence that that's the case. Our graduation rates were sustained at the end of the last full year of the pandemic, which we were really excited about. We did do a lot of credit recovery and credit work over the summer across the charter sector and in DCPS to help support this. So we are watching that very carefully. And of course, where we believe there has been some learning loss suffered, we surely want to make sure we're providing the extra supports to the students that are heading off to college to make sure they go and attend and are retained. We're doing work with Ron and UDC specifically in this regard, along with other institutions. I'll also just quickly note, this is one of the areas where I think we have room for optimism and learning, because I do think we learned something about our 12th graders over the course of the pandemic. And we've learned that many of them were very versatile in their ability to pivot and transition into this kind of virtual mode of learning. And also, many of our 12th graders told us that it was also important for them to, for example, get work-based learning experiences alongside their traditional work. And so we have made an investment and are starting to work actually very hard at this idea about how could you have a different kind of 12th grade experience? How could you blur the lines between high school and college in ways that really honor something that looks more like a career pathway in the ways that Ron was describing. So I think there is learning and optimism there as well.
Paul, about a year ago, a month into the last K-12 school year, DCPS published numbers showing a very dramatic drop. Not DCPS, but the whole DC system of education appeared to show a very dramatic drop in enrollment. Then subsequently, many of those students were brought back into classrooms. Do you know yet what enrollment is like in DCPS and in the charter system for this school year?
Yes, we do know what our current enrollment is, and we're fast approaching what, for those unfamiliar with the system, might not know is our official count day of October 5th, which is the moment at which we count all of the students across the entire system, and that becomes our official enrollment numbers for the course of the year. So we're approaching that. But we do know we have more than 94,000 students enrolled to date. That number goes up by hundreds of students every day. We are much better off than we were last year already, and we continue to be optimistic about our enrollment levels. But we will know soon where we've landed.
Well, I'm looking 4 days ahead. I want to wish everyone on the panel and in the audience a happy count day. So turning to Dr. Walker Davis, you have worked in systems of education for many years before, but you've only been the president of the DC Public Charter School Board for a little bit more, for a year and 3 months. Would you address the same question, understanding that you are not the head of any public charter school LED, that you are in overall charge of a system? But how do you feel about the way the charters as a group have managed all these challenges we've been discussing during the pandemic, particularly learning loss?
Yeah, I appreciate the question, Don. So first, I will echo what the Deputy Mayor said about the data that we have available to us sort of system-wide. And as he mentioned, charters did participate in that study, and we got a sense of broadly, on average, what those data look like, and then for specific populations. I will say every charter school, being unique and different, and in a sense, their own school district, they're doing their own assessments of where their students are, and some of the patterns are similar. What I've heard from the leaders that I've communicated with is a particular concern around the early grades, not just in terms of literacy and math, but maybe some of the basic skills like holding a pen and a pencil, holding a scissor, things that they early childhood students might have been exposed to had they been in the classroom, are things that, time and attention have to be spent on bringing them up to speed in the first few days and weeks of school. We've also noticed, at least in the conversations that I've had with school leaders, really time and attention and increased focus around math skills. Some of the things that the Deputy Mayor mentioned really happen well and better in person, while students have the experience of small groups and manipulatives, et cetera, as the Deputy Mayor mentioned. Particular attention to at the transition grades, so those grades that, quite frankly, students might have missed in that transition, and they're now coming back to in-person learning. So I know for many of our schools, they've spent the first few days and weeks really doing assessments of their own, reconfiguring groups of students, bringing in interventions and supports. And really the focus is on how do you continue learning while you're also bringing students who may need a little extra support along the way, right? And so continuing that pace and continuity for them, but infusing those additional supports. I think it is too early to tell, as has been said before, the real magnitude of any instructional loss or time lost on here. But I think that our leaders are really focused on what are the supports that students need right now to be successful in the classroom, and how do you build that success over time. So I'm really excited about the conversations that I've had an opportunity to have with LEA leaders, the conversations that they're having with themselves. And the one thing that I would say really characterized this time, and I think you mentioned it earlier about the historical conversations that we've had about the education ecosystem in the district. And some of those conversations have led to traditional schools versus charter schools, and conversations that, in my opinion, I don't find to be very productive, but I do think that we were all experiencing this pandemic together. And we saw an increased level of collaboration across sectors, traditional schools and public charter schools within the charter sector. And I would venture to say within DCPS, around how we've all been focused on what do our children and students need. And I don't want to forget our adult charter schools in the mix, our adult student population as well. What do they need? How can we get it? And how can we work together to bring those resources to bear? So I really think that that is one of the reasons why we were able to all laser focused on reopening our schools, supporting the students who are showing up, and hats off to our educators, our teachers, and our leaders in getting us to where we are today.
I'm so glad you wound up saying that, and that Paul did too. And so did both university presidents. So I want to say on behalf of the entire panel, and I think probably also every single person in the audience, we have had such a dedicated, such a hardworking, such a gallant group of educators from pre-K. When you think what every teacher has had to face in the way of totally unexpected challenges, a kindergarten teacher suddenly having to teach online and having to keep their students' attention and having to have them use unfamiliar tools. This year has thrown such challenges at every level. I'm so glad that all of you have singled out the hard work of your educators, because the city has to be very grateful for that. Another way in which we don't really appreciate, there's a national conversation about public and charter schools, as Dr. Walker Davis just referenced. Then there's a completely different conversation in the District of Columbia, where we seem to have a very different system of governing charter schools than other jurisdictions do. One thing that I think many people in the audience may not know, we do have a large number of charter schools and charter school systems. There are many charter school systems that encompass more than one school. But Dr. Walker Davis and her fellow leaders have an unusual degree of latitude in closing down schools that are not working well. Can you tell the audience roughly how many schools have been closed by the Public Charter School Board since the public charter schools started in the district?
I'm probably not going to get the number right, Don, but what I will say, it's not actually about the number of schools that have been closed. It's really the focus and attention on quality and accountability for the district residents that we serve. And our board has been courageous in being willing to take that step. It is not difficult it is not an easy task to close a school. It is not something that folks take lightly. And I will note that I spent actually most of my career in traditional public schools and have had an opportunity to face those difficult conversations there as well. But by design, charters are here to deliver on a promise. And when that is not happening, this board has been really courageous to take that on. We have not closed schools recently in the last couple of years, but really the intent is not to not have those schools exist, but to deliver on the promise that their charters outline and that the community expects.
The reason I bring it up is critics of charter schools nationally often say, well, charter schools are a very mixed bag. There are some very good ones, and then there's some really lousy ones. Your predecessor told me at one point that more than a third of the charters that had opened in DC had to be closed because they had not met their educational or management goals and had been closed, which I think is something. So
about accurate, and we do have that distinct honor, unfortunately, or fortunately.
But on behalf of parents, what you're saying is that particular criticism of charter schools isn't true for DC. And you've already answered my next question, which was going to be, will the pandemic affect the rate at which you discipline wayward schools? And you've said, yes, you will understand that they faced a new and different challenge. So let me ask our four educators, again, starting with Dr. Frederick. Doctor, you've lived for a long time in the District of Columbia, and you've heard the debate about public education for decades, as I have. And as a citizen, if you were to advise the mayor and the deputy mayor, what are the most important things to get right for the future of all the students in K-12, coming through the K-12 education systems in DC? What would your advice be?
Yeah, so it's a loaded question. I think a couple of things I would start with. There's a preponderance of evidence that shows that early childhood education is critical. And I think that you cannot invest enough in that aspect of the education system. And that includes not just early childhood education, but supporting families around childcare. Those two things are really connected. And so that's one of the first things that I would look at. The second thing is looking at the entire ecosystem. Sometimes we just like with health, the social determinants of health tend to be similar to the social determinants of whether or not you get a good education. And I think we have to look at those similar things as well. So it's one thing to, and I think the district has done a good job of this. The facilities are great. I think the access in terms of, if you look at neighborhoods and access, has probably gotten much better. I mean, I first lived in DC, I lived in Brooklyn, the Brooklyn neighborhood on the corner of 14th and Jackson Northeast. And there was an elementary school obliquely opposite me. And so that access, I think is good, but you have to look at everything from nutrition to the social support systems that family members have. If you have a kid who is in pre-K, another one who's in first grade, you're working, well into the evening, the after-school program is going to be supportive, et cetera. And then the last thing, which is probably the most difficult thing, and that's why I would never be a mayor or deputy mayor, because I would not probably do this well, is how do you support teachers in a way that's equitable? I think over the past 18 months, our society has undergone a re-examination of what is important, and as a result, who is important. I think we've come to realize just how much people and how interconnected we are, how much people matter in terms of what they do. I don't think any of us goes to the grocery, for an example, today and looks at our cashier the same way, or see people stocking, the shelves. And I think all of us have had that moment where we stopped and paused and either said thanks aloud or we said thanks silently, but we came to appreciate that we can't look past people. And I think it's the same thing in our education system, from teachers to the support staff. We have to look at where our investment is, how we compensate, and that then tends to reflect who we are as a society. And sometimes the one last thing I'll say, sometimes when we talk about teacher compensation, we focus on pay only. I don't think it's just an issue of pay. It's also an issue of benefits. What advantages do you get?
Yes.
Spending time in the system, right? Do you get to, again, I think this is a great college town. And personally, as part of the consortium of universities in the district, I would sign up for a program that supports the offspring or dependents of teachers in the district having some kind of access to our universities at a different rate, because what they do and how we benefit, even as universities, our staff sending their kids to these schools, et cetera, it's an ecosystem that's interconnected. And so we have to start looking at innovative solutions that help teachers recognize how much we appreciate them as well.
Knowing from my whole life how many DC students aspire to go to Howard University, that is such a meaningful statement coming from you. Let me turn to Dr. Mason and ask the same question. If the mayor called you in and said, how can we continue to improve our school performance in DC? What would your advice be? You see the whole range of DCPS students. You have a number of valedictorians and salutatorians enrolled, and you have others in the community college, which you referred to as near open access. So what would your advice be, Dr. Mason?
First, let me just say, I thought what Wayne said was well put. The recognition of what essential workers really means and what the word essential means, I think is something that we got out of the pandemic, and I thought he made that case well. And as far as the mayor calling me in, the mayor does call me in, specifically through the deputy mayor, Paul Kine. And so
well, that's good.
We spent a lot of time working together, and I'm going to say some things that I'm assuming he's going to pick up on. But the deputy mayor and the mayor have spent a lot of time thinking about how to connect the dots. We're fortunate in the district because we have one public education system. And it really starts in the community and goes all the way up through to the public university. And we've been putting out great effort to make sure the bureaucracies work together. Higher education and K-12 in any jurisdiction don't traditionally come to the understanding that just because a student graduates from high school, it stops being a student of the system. And so we spend a lot of time now working with the folks at DCPS to try to make sure that we are working together deeper and deeper into the pipeline so that by the time they get to higher education, they are better and better prepared over time. DCPS has DC Persists now, which is a program in DCPS where they follow the students after they graduate and into, much like CAP. We had a long
great. So
talk
great.
about CAP, yeah, and the CAP students are some of our best students, and we've doubled that CAP enrollment over the course of the last 2 years, and they stay. We got a 90% retention rate.
That's great.
Yeah, and I think the more we see of those kinds of efforts in partnership between higher education and K-12, I think the better and better we'll be able to serve our students.
Thank you. I want to mention to the chamber folks that in 2 more quick questions, we're going to turn to audience questions, and I don't see any in the chat yet, so start to fill us up. So Paul, one thing I want to compliment Washington, D.C. on, the first thing Dr. Frederick mentioned was pre-K, was preschool education. And I think we all know that the district has transformed its preschool education system under the leadership of Mayor Bowser and with great leadership on the part of her predecessor, council member and former Mayor Vincent Gray, so that every child in the district now has access to pre-K. But the mayor does ask you for advice all the time. And as we said earlier, since you took this job, the debate's in a different place because of the pandemic. What changes are you focusing on today? What areas are you focusing on today to make sure the 20-year improvement in the district's K-12 learning outcomes stays on track?
Thanks, Don. And I wanted to start by thanking Dr. Frederick for his kind offer on behalf of the city's teachers. We'll be calling you for the discount in the next couple of months and working with you on that. I would also say, Don, that one of the most important aspects of this question for me is just how important it is that we honor the progress we've made. And so a big part of my answer to your question is how important it is that we stay the course on the improvements that we've undertaken, our work with educators, our work with school communities, our focus on curricula, our focus on early childhood, and so on. And so I do think that's critical. Now, this is not a moment for us to engage in lots of patting ourselves on the back and saying, we've solved the challenges. We haven't. But it is important to understand that we have been the country's fastest improving urban system, and that we've been doing a lot that's right that we need to sustain. That said, and I think a big part of the pandemic response has been to show us what we do need to focus on in the near and medium terms. And we've got to make sure we're fully reopening schools in ways that are absolutely safe, and that we are able to sustain those kinds of layered mitigation strategies going forward. We have to re-engage our students, make sure those that have fallen off a little bit over the course of the pandemic are back in school, are fully engaged, have opportunities to make up for any time that they have lost. One thing we care a lot about that I spend a lot of time on is the baseline of youth safety.
Yes.
Making sure that students are safe in schools as they travel to and from schools and also in community. So there's citywide efforts focused on that as an important part of students' educational provision. Part of that is ensuring we've got the right mental health supports in schools. So we're spending a lot of time there. We're learning a lot about what's needed as we work with the Department of Behavioral Health, and we've got to make up there. Also, the learning loss I described. We are learning a lot about how to do high impact tutoring with some important partners in the city and also as a government in ways that I suspect we will sustain in our schools. So we are further individualizing support, and that will be a good learning coming out of this. And then beyond that, for the medium and longer term, some of the big topics that we continue to work on together and engage with community on include our support for educators and teachers, as we've talked about, and then also how we reimagine high school. That's a really, really important piece for us.
Okay, we may come back to that. Again, I'm going to ask those in the audience to please send in your questions, which will be forwarded to me. Dr. Walker Davis, let me ask you the same question, but I know that if you were to advise the mayor on what we should be focusing on now, one thing you'd have to have a special eye on the systems that you supervise, the charter schools that educate so many students. What would your advice be about the system of education in DC?
Sure. So first, I am entering this response with the assumption that we're going to keep all of our energy on our recovery right now and making sure that students are doing well. And as we look out, I think there are three things that resonate with me as I think about this question. And I believe I've heard the word already on this panel, the ecosystem of schools that we have here in the District of Columbia. We are unique in terms of the robust and rich set of choices that we have in public education. And I think it's important for us to have that sort of ecosystem focus. And as you mentioned in my bio, my last 3 years were spent running a partnership that was part of the Strive Together network, where that outfit focused on career, cradle to career efforts, right? So I think it was Dr. Frederick who talked about the continuum, possibly Dr. Mason who talked about the continuum that we have here in the District of Columbia. And the focus should be, what is our vision for success for an individual from the time they are born to the time that they reach their highest potential, whether that be career or college experiences, and ideally both of those experiences in some form of credential. And so how do we take advantage of all of the pieces that we have in our system and make those as seamless as possible and intervene and provide supports along the way? And so this notion of that cradle to career continuum mentality is one thing that I think is important. Second, particularly as it relates to pre-K-12, the notion of equitable access and opportunity, right? Every child needs to have rigorous and relevant curriculum and instruction experiences. And so we need to keep our eye on the ball, be it charter or DCPS, to ensure that every school that we have, and again, Don, this ties in to the question about our board's ability to be bold when we don't see that happening, to take action on schools. And then lastly, I would say that part of the work that I did in my previous role was not only looking at absolutely what we needed to do in the pre-K-12, but what are the ways that we need to connect education to other social service sectors, right? We call it, the language is education adjacent, but Deputy Mayor talked about health supports, mental health supports. All of those things are critical to the outcomes that students achieve. We may not be able to run those or lead those from the education system, but those partnerships have to exist and they have to get better for the success of our students. So
well, I would like to point to something I'm not hearing you say. Many charter educators, if you ask them the same question, would say, well, or have said in the past, I don't want to say about, but have said in years gone by, well, we're not getting a fair shake. We're not getting the same dollar for dollar treatment that the public school students are. It's unfair. The public schools, the charter schools deserve more. I'm not hearing you say that. Is that correct?
First, I will never say that there aren't more resources necessary for education across the board. You will never hear me say that. And I don't see value in us having conversations right now. Those are important conversations and they need to take place when they need to take place. But I believe the focus right now that everyone is paying attention to is, how do we serve the students in front of us? What are the ways that our systems need to change at in any corner of the ecosystem to do that well? That may include funding conversations, but those are not the primary conversations that we need to be engaged in right now.
Okay, let me ask again if members of the audience will fire questions at us, but I want to ask the first question that's come from the audience with a little precede from me. Each one of you, in talking about what's going on during the pandemic, talked about the extraordinary demands on the faculty in the case of the university educators, the teachers in the case of the public and charter school educators working with you, talked about how draining the last 2 years have been. So here's the question. What does our educational community need academically, socially, and emotionally at this time? Dr. Frederick, I think we've always started with you, so.
Yeah, I think that's a good question. I try to be simple, is ourselves, our time, because it's about amplifying each other's humanity. And I think sometimes we get into the complicated issues of resources and so on, but the greatest resource we have is our time and each other. And I think if I go back to a couple of things that I heard, from Dr. Walker Davis, from Paul, and from President Mason, if I put those things together, one of the things that's obvious to me is how teachers who may want to teach advanced placement courses or, giving them refreshers, all of those are things that I think we can work together. So I think that interconnectedness, really amplifying how much we engage with one another and share that common outcome, I would say is probably the most important thing we need. The same thing with, providing resources of support, whether it's around counseling services or those other types of things that I think could be very helpful.
Dr. Mason.
Yes, sir. So, we had a plan before the pandemic called the Equity Imperative. And when we looked at it in the context of the pandemic, we realized that, it was a good plan no matter what. And so we wanted to make sure that we just kept getting better, continuous improvement, despite the fact that we were going through a pandemic. And I think as we watched the benchmarks, we were able to do that. As I mentioned earlier, we're a high touch campus. And we made sure that we touched each other even more. We had a lot more town halls. We had a lot more forums with faculty, staff, and students. We even had a spirit corps that in the early days of the pandemic would put a motivational message or a song or something to start the day so people could get off on a positive foot. We made sure that whatever we missed in terms of learning delivery and instructional delivery, we identified it and we jumped on it as quickly as we could so that we didn't do it twice, didn't miss it twice. And then the last thing is that we paid a lot of attention to mental health and well-being.
Yes.
Because a lot of our students have those challenges anyway when they come to us, in certain segments of our population. But we also realized that the faculty were going through a lot. And so we put additional supports in place to make sure we were in touch with that as well. And at the end of the day, I'm very proud of my faculty and what I call Team UDC, because everyone looked out for everyone else. And I think that's what you're supposed to do in these kinds of circumstances.
Our two university educators have both pointed their finger at health, including emotional health, as a key area. So there's a reason for that. Students have been subjected to incredible stress. Paul. So the mental, the academic, and the emotional needs of the system and its students going forward.
Yeah, thanks, Don. And I think I also heard you ask specifically about educators at the beginning and what our educators need. We have felt very keenly the need for social and emotional well-being supports for those teachers and educators that need them. Schools in the charter sector and at DCPS have spent lots of time on creating space for mental and social and emotional wellness amongst educators. They've done that in different ways. We've partnered with the Department of Behavioral Health to provide groups for teachers, to provide counseling sessions for teachers that needed it. And so I agree fully that that's an important component. And I'll say briefly, in addition to that, it's also critical that teachers understand and feel that we're not asking them to do too much. And so a number of schools have begun to take really important steps to bring in other kinds of professionals to do health work, to do screening work, to do even in some cases administrative work, so that teachers can actually focus on teaching and learning, which is of course their core area of expertise. So I think there's more work we can do there.
Dr. Walker Davis.
So Don, a word that you probably have heard with respect to charter schools is innovation and creativity. Like that is what charter schools are here to do. And I think we saw that across our entire education ecosystem in the response to COVID. Our educators and our teachers had to be creative, they had to be nimble, they had to be flexible. So what I would say that could be of value to them now is the time and the space to continue to do that, to hold on to the things that they've learned and did that probably they might have taken a much longer time to do if we weren't all forced into a situation that we had to respond. But I think honoring their creativity, I think there were opportunities for leadership that teachers had in this period of time, just in how they crafted their response to the pandemic. And I to connect to both what everyone has said, really, the ability to be seen and heard, the ability to have time and space to continue to hone their craft, and with those additional supports in the building so that that burden is not solely on the teachers to bear. So I would say those are some of the things that come to mind in addition to everything that's been said.
Thank you to this incredible panel. I'm going to close by calling attention to one thing Paul Kine said that the audience needs to remember. This city's schools, public and charter, have improved more in the last 18 years than those of any other city in the United States. No one is satisfied with where we are today. How will we continue that progress? That's the question before us. And now the next panel is ready, and I want to thank every member of this panel for what we have accomplished today. Thank you.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Dave Velasquez, President and CEO of Pepco Holdings. I'm pleased to greet all of you on behalf of Pepco and Exelon, our parent company. We're very honored to host this afternoon's panel discussion on the state of the district and the state of the region. I wanted to start by thanking DC Chamber President and CEO Angela Franco and the DC Chamber of Commerce for organizing this event. We're very proud that Pepco has been the energy provider to the residents and businesses in the district for 125 years, serving not only the district, but also nearby Montgomery and Prince George's counties in Maryland. Ensuring that safe, reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy is available in our communities, that's what drives us every day. And that's why we support initiatives and events that improve the quality of life in our communities, such as today's conference. Pepco has had the opportunity to work alongside many of the officials here today to develop actionable recommendations that have guided us through the challenges of the pandemic toward a hopeful and prosperous future for the residents and businesses in the district and the surrounding region. It was a privilege to serve on Mayor Bowser's Recovery Task Force to explore ways that the city can come out of COVID-19 pandemic even stronger than before. I'm also proud to have co-chaired the Prince George's County Forward Task Force responsible for delivering on County Executive Alsobrook's vision for discovering new ways of serving residents during these times and creating an even stronger and better Prince George's County going forward. In Montgomery County, we partnered with the Montgomery County Economic Development Corporation on its 3R initiative that's focused on reopening, relaunching, and reimagining local restaurants and retail storefronts that participated in the program. Earlier today, Chairman Mendelson and Councilmember McDuffie participated in the conference, and I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge their leadership on the recovery of the District of Columbia. With the passage recently of the annual budget that includes resources, multiple programs, initiatives, and priorities to assist the district in fast-tracking its road to recovery, sustainably, with equity and inclusion being some foundational principles. Today's event is a good platform for local officials from across the region to discuss how working together on initiatives that invigorate our economy can help create strong, equitable, and thriving communities, both in good times and also in challenging times. The discussion today is going to be moderated by Michael Bryce Sadler of the Washington Post. Michael covers DC politics for the Post Metro desk, and before moving to local politics, he covered the breaking news. So Michael, thank you for facilitating this important discussion. I know the information and conversation is going to be very helpful for this audience. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is Michael Bryce Sadler. I'm a reporter with the Washington Post covering local politics in the District of Columbia. I'm happy to join you today with a very distinguished panel that includes DC Mayor Muriel E. Bowser, Angela Alsobrooks, County Executive for Prince George's County, Nancy Navarro, who represents District 4 on the Montgomery County Council in Maryland, Jeffrey McKay, Chairman of the Board of Supervisors in Fairfax County, Virginia, and Matt DeFerranti, County Board Chair in Arlington, Virginia. Thanks so much for being here today. I'm very honored to be talking to all of you and moderating this particular panel. I hope it's a robust discussion. We'll see if we have time for audience questions at the end. So if you're all ready, we'll jump right into the first question, which, as you probably could guess, is about the COVID-19 pandemic. So starting off, the public health crisis caused by COVID-19 has impacted everyone differently. It's prompted a different response from state and local governments. We've seen in the DC region, with the response being similar in some aspects while different than others depending on the jurisdiction. What would you highlight in your continued response to COVID-19, especially as it pertains to businesses? And to start us off, I'll go to Mayor Bowser.
Well, thank you, Michael, and I want to thank the Chamber for having us all. This is certainly an important discussion, and it's so nice to see my fellow regional leaders, even virtually. It is good to be with you all. I have to say, been maybe oversaid how unprecedented the last 18 months have been for all of us. I am grateful to just a wonderful team of DC government employees that's allowing us to get beyond this virus, and our residents who have heeded public health advice. And I know that combination has saved lives. It's allowed our medical professionals to do their jobs, and it's going to get us to the other side. So if you want to talk about kind of the business community, they've also been thrown through a loop, but have pivoted quite well. From transitioning to virtual operations and bringing employees back. And we're still undergoing that process. And that's probably what I would focus on in talking about our ongoing response. But they have also, been doing things that they haven't been accustomed to, like being a real part of the public health response in vaccination. So in terms of getting back to normal and the things that the business community needs to focus on in partnership with us is getting our employees back to the office and getting more people vaccinated in the region. And I think employers can play a big part in that.
Thank you. County Executive Alsobrooks, what would you single out in Prince George's County's response to the COVID-19 pandemic?
So you know what, it's interesting. I don't know that I'd say much different than the mayor. I think what I hear from businesses pretty universally is their concern about the labor market. As I'm out and about and I'm visiting businesses, they're very concerned about being able to get their workers back into their businesses. And we all know that the best way to do that is to ensure that it is both safe for their workers. It is also safe for their customers to be able to come back into business. And the way to do that is through vaccination. So we continue to expand our efforts. Those efforts included not only a really robust community response where we actually took the vaccination out through mobile units throughout the communities, but we are now also setting up those units at various houses of faith throughout Prince George's County, which for us is the epicenter. Prince George's County is a huge faith community with over 800 churches. And so part of what we are doing is making sure that we're making it accessible to the faith community throughout the week to be able to get those vaccinations and to continue to send the signal that it is safe to go back into businesses and to just help in every way that we can to incentivize also businesses to hire individuals who are currently unemployed, providing financial incentives for them to do that. We have a rapid reemployment plan that we are using now to offer up to $15,000 for each unemployed Prince Georgian that those businesses hire to provide both the financial incentive and the health incentive. So those are the things we're doing.
Thank you. Yeah, if time permits, we'll talk more about that push to get workers back into office spaces. So how about you, Councilmember Navarro? What stands out to you in Montgomery's response to the pandemic, keying in on businesses?
Thank you, Michael, and thank you to the Chamber. It's an honor to be joined, to join this extraordinary panel of leaders. I think the reason why there is a theme here, it's because one, I think, key characteristic of our response has been the regional collaboration. I mean, from the very beginning, we work together, we consult with each other. Our public health officers, would come together. And so that, I think, has really been something that stands out for me. In Montgomery County, of course, one of the first things we did was to direct our relief efforts and target it to our business community. To date, over $90 million have been spent in helping our businesses really navigate this uncertain time. But no doubt that the vaccination effort has been really critical because it's been hard to, and I used to say it's easy to close everything, but to start reopening in a way that you don't then cause surges that then causes you to close again and have that effect in the economy, I think has been one of the hardest things for us to be able to do well and consistently. So vaccination rates has been, that has been really important. And we have employed a multi-dimensional effort out there in terms of vaccination programming, targeting especially those communities that disproportionately have been affected, which we were able to quickly identify through the data that came from the state regarding our zip codes. And so we've targeted, vaccination initiatives to our Latino community, to our Black community. It has been a very specific targeting of resources and different approaches, and it has yielded extraordinary results. I mean, we're very happy with where we are with our vaccination rates in all groups, leading the nation actually with our, young people. So that has been, I think, super important, but we're still focusing on this because, we can't be complacent. We know that the variants exist. We know that we as a region, receive a lot of people from all over the country, all over the world. And so we're constantly making sure that people understand that continuing to test, continuing to get vaccinated, it's going to be critical. And that is what's going to help our business community move forward. But yes, the labor issues are continuing to be a challenge. And so we are also working with our partners in that respect.
Thank you for that response. Jumping across the river, Chairman McKay, what's been a strong point in Fairfax's response, and how is the county on track to recover and support businesses?
Well, thank you, Michael. And it is a pleasure to be with this distinguished group. And I have to say, everything that's been said so far is consistent with what we have done in Fairfax County, which really shows the strength of our DMV region and really we're a standout nationwide in so many aspects of our response and recovery. I think the vaccination piece is the most important one, and it's the most important for our business community. And so we're sitting at, over 80% vaccination rate in the county. But most importantly to me is we are over 70% in all but 3 zip codes in Fairfax County, and we have 44 zip codes. And so what that demonstrates is that our equity clinics are working, our mobile units are working, and we are vaccinating folks who have access challenges and transportation challenges. And so our approach has been from the beginning of this to make sure that we are equitable in our vaccine distribution and administration, and the results are showing that. What we've done for the business community, similar to what others have said, is we've invested upwards of $100 million in CARES Act and federal support money for grants for our small businesses that overwhelmingly went to small, minority-owned, veteran-owned, and female-owned businesses throughout the county. We're very proud of that. We've expanded zoning regulations and flexibility to our businesses to allow them to expand outdoor eating venues and other flexibility related to COVID. We literally went to Richmond and changed Virginia state law to allow that flexibility to last for longer at the end of the declaration of emergency, so that those businesses would have increased flexibility for a longer period of time. And recently, our board waived all filing and application and review fees for any businesses in Fairfax County that have to modify their structures to be more resilient and respond to COVID. And so there's obviously some things we've directly done for the business community, but outside of vaccination being the most important thing, the second most important thing is keeping our public schools open and fully open. It is very difficult to address the workforce challenges if our parents can't go to work because their kids can't go to school. And so we've invested a lot of resources partnering with our school board to make sure that our schools can stay open safely. And I got to say, the response from our children, the vaccination rate at 84% of 12 to 17-year-olds, the responsibility of our kids at school. I visited a lot of these schools. These kids, they take care of each other. They wear masks. They respect their teachers and administrators. And as a result of that, we've had in the FCPS public schools 0.004% of kids out of school. And so virtually every child in FCPS is in school, fully engaged. That allows their parents to work and our businesses to be able to recover from this unprecedented time. And so a lot of things we're proud of, but most importantly, the regional approach that we have all subscribed to, and the fact that we represent communities who believe in science and care about each other comes across in about every statistical way you can imagine.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate that response. Chair DeFerranti, tell me something that you're proud of in terms of Arlington's response to the pandemic. And if you can focus on businesses, I'd appreciate that.
Sure. Thank you for the question and the chance to be with you. Those who preceded have covered a lot of what we've done. I would say the highest priority has been on vaccination for us. We're at 77.4%. Of those that we are able to count, because we're tucked in a little closer to the Potomac. So we think that we're working on data exchanges to make sure that our federal employees are captured in our count. We were pleased to have an exchange of data with Maryland, and we've been working with DC on that. And so we have a high vaccination rate. I think that's the most important issue. Our focus on equity with respect to vaccinations has been something that we're very proud of. We've worked with Neighborhood Health. We've worked with adjoining jurisdictions. We worked with the Northern Virginia Regional Commission, all on making sure that we're serving all of our residents. And so health equity is a piece that I'm very proud of. I would say with respect to businesses, we have focused on small businesses. It was Saturday before last, we passed our second round of grants that are targeted really. And in our first round, 53% of our grants went to small, minority, and women-owned businesses. We think that that's going to go up in the second round of grants. This is a local focus in addition to the state and federal efforts to support our businesses. So that's a key additional piece, a second piece that I'm really proud of. I think if you consider the pandemic, March 12th of last year to January 1st was sort of one phase. And then January 1st through about June or July was so focused on getting vaccinations up. And we're really in a next phase that's a challenge as we combat the Delta variant. I'm pleased to see some leveling off as a region, but I'm really grateful that we have the collaboration that we need in order to finish this second sort of spike that we've seen over the past 9 to 12 months. We've got more work to do. I think the most important thing for businesses is that we continue to reach out and make sure individuals are vaccinated, and that we provide that targeted capital to make sure that businesses can survive this sort of phase that we're in.
Thanks so much. And that's actually a really good segue into our next topic in terms of the next phase of the pandemic and reopening and closing. But before I get into that, I just wanted to say, since we did get started a little late, for everyone to just be mindful of how long you're going on so we can get to as many questions as possible. So over the past year, we've witnessed both reopening and reclosing of jurisdictions as the number of COVID-19 cases has fluctuated. Now with the Delta variant remaining an ever increasing presence in the region, even with the advent of the vaccine, I want to know from you all how you weigh the desire and the economic need to reopen and return to normal with the benefits that do come when we saw when communities dial things back. This is another question for the full panel, and this time we're going to get started with County Executive Also Brooks. Prince George's was among the hardest hit jurisdictions by the pandemic. So what's the current outlook and where's your head at in terms of reopening and reclosing?
So you know what, I think similar to other jurisdictions, we have been really disciplined about following the science and accepting the advice of our medical professionals, and our residents have really appreciated this. They have really been supportive of us using that approach, and that's the approach we continue to use. So that, for example, when we noticed in August that there was some increase in the daily cases, the positivity rate, when we realized that the variant was beginning to impact our community, we didn't hesitate to reimpose the mask mandate. And we found that the community was very supportive of this. And so that's the approach we'll continue to use. Is to put the health and well-being of our residents above all else, balancing it, because we do understand also that we are protecting not only the lives of our residents, but their livelihood as well. And so we've been really careful in balancing, but the priority for us has been able to be able to follow the science and follow very carefully the medical advice that we've received. And we've found that we can't go wrong when we do that. And that's how we'll continue to move forward. And we're finding that, thank goodness, those numbers are coming down yet again. And we're hoping that as we go into the fall and see the vaccination rates continue and people continuing to be disciplined and accepting the advice that's given, we'll be able to maintain the openings that we've seen and be able to get to some normalcy, we hope, on the other side of this very soon.
Let's hope so. Councilmember Navarro, at one point, Montgomery County tied reopening to vaccination rates. At this point, how do you balance reopening needs while ensuring public safety, especially when some people remain hesitant about taking the vaccine?
Yes, I think that it's sort of like an all hands on deck approach. One of the things that we identified early on was that communication and engagement with our very diverse community was going to be key. Right? Like, information is just power, and it could save lives. And so immediately we went forward and developed and established an infrastructure to be able to communicate with all corners of the county. Montgomery County has over 42% of the population that speaks another language than English. And so it was so important to be everywhere. And we are continuing to do that, following the science, following our medical professionals' advice, but also making sure that we don't stop the progress of investing in all of these different types of relief efforts and also the infrastructure. As I said earlier, we did launch a Latino-specific COVID-19 initiative and also a African-American specific COVID-19 initiative. And we did that knowing that when we talk about equity, we can't just do a blanket approach. We had to go in and make sure that those zip codes that were mostly affected, that we could go in there and do things that were culturally and linguistically appropriate. So this is what we're going to continue to do. But it's tough, because the region does follow the science and we're doing fairly well. But as I said, we're not immune to the fact that we get other people coming from the rest of the country. And there are particular areas in the country that we know we've seen a lot of very tough rates of Delta variant. So we remain vigilant, but I think that we just continue to do what we've done until now.
Thank you. Chairman McKay, what's the latest with reopening posture in Fairfax? What difficult decisions is the Board of Supervisors thinking about at this time as it pertains to reopening versus dialing things back?
Yeah, well, one of the things that's unique about Virginia from the district in Maryland is that ultimately that's the governor's call. And so what we've been doing in Virginia with the mayors and chairs of Northern Virginia through the regional commission and through what we were doing weekly calls, now they're a little bit more sporadic with the governor's office and the Virginia Department of Health, is sharing our data, sharing our information, and making sure that, when the governor makes these declarations, that he's very well aware of how different the Northern Virginia region is than the rest of the state. And so one of our biggest challenges has always been making sure that that is recognized. And you might remember at the beginning of this pandemic, when the first closures happened, the governor was unwinding some of those requirements in Virginia, and it was the Northern Virginia elected officials that sent a letter and said, hey, we're not ready. Our numbers really aren't where the other numbers are in the rest of the state, and we want to be treated differently. And so in an unprecedented move, Northern Virginia was moved out, and we were given additional time to make sure that our numbers could be where they needed to be to safely begin our reopening phase. And so while we don't get to make that call, we're very engaged at the state level with the governor's office. And I got to hand it to the Virginia Department of Health and Dr. Avula, who's been running the program statewide and listening to local governments and the concerns in Virginia, because it's tough. One size doesn't fit all. And certainly that's true in a state like Virginia, as diverse as it is geographically. And so our challenge is making sure that Northern Virginia is represented that way, and that our residents understand where the restrictions come from and what they mean, and in many languages and in many applications.
Thank you. And Chair DeFerranti, in Arlington, what types of things are you all communicating in terms of what you're seeing in the county, what your posture is with reopening versus potentially needing to dial things back? What have you observed, and what's your take?
Well, I think Chairman McKay covered pretty well where we are now, which is that the state emergency has expired, and we're still taking many Virginia Department of Health steps, of course, but we haven't seen a move towards reclosing, but we have taken some smart steps, both as a county board, our school board, as well as our community, to, and many of our businesses have put masks back on because of the higher rates that have been coming. So, that's our status. I think it's the right move. It was certainly at the beginning, Northern Virginia was in a different place than the rest of the state. So it was wise to seek that flexibility, but we haven't felt that reclosing was the right step. And I'm pleased to see about a 12% decrease over the last week in the number of cases. I think we're headed in the right direction. It's going to keep taking that hard work of vaccinating, and we have to model and show responsible behavior as far as masks that's consistent with the science. But I'm optimistic that over time, we'll continue to make progress. The sooner we get the vaccines approved, of course, for 5 to 11-year-olds, and the sooner we get those boosters done, the fewer, quote, breakthrough cases we'll see. But I am hopeful over the coming months.
Thank you for that. Mayor Bowser, you often like to say DC is open. After we saw peaks in coronavirus caseloads last winter, do you have concerns going into the upcoming winter months from a public health standpoint in DC?
I don't. And your question, you've asked it a couple of different ways, alluding to a dial back. I don't see a dial back anywhere in our future. With the level of vaccination that we have, boosters coming online, soon children 5 to 11 being able to get vaccinated. I feel very strongly that the layered mitigation protocols that are out in private businesses and in the public sector, to include the mask mandate that we continue to have in the district for indoor activity, will keep us safe. We're at a stage in dealing with this pandemic that it is incumbent on all of us to live with it and learn how to live with it safely, and until we completely eradicate it. And I believe that through vaccination, we're on our way there. So we have organized everything about how we're reaching out to businesses, opening the government, getting in-person services, not only for DC government, but asking all of our partners to come on with in-person services. And sharing the best practices that we've put in place to safely operate, so that our folks could get open. I think you've heard from my colleagues throughout the answers to this question that all of our health officials tell us what to expect. We knew that when coming back to school, and we knew that after Labor Day that we would see increased cases, and we knew that they would go down. The same will be true for the fall holidays, where there's more gathering and more travel, and we can see cases come up and come down. We can expect when there's more indoor activity that we'll see cases come up and also come down. So what continues to be important for people is to get vaccinated, because we know that the chance of serious illness or hospitalization becomes so minuscule with vaccination, and that's important. So I would flip your question. I'm not thinking about dialing back. I'm thinking about making sure that we have more people participating in the normal activities of their life, and feeling safe to do so.
Thank you for that. Some of you throughout your responses so far have touched on equity, so that's what I'm hoping we can talk about next. The pandemic highlighted and in many cases exacerbated longstanding inequities that we've seen in the nation and in the region, particularly when it comes to housing, healthcare, and education. So I'm hoping you can all touch on this topic, and I might ask the question in slightly different ways here, but starting with Councilmember Navarro, you've already talked a lot about how you focused on disadvantaged communities in your response. And I'm hoping you can tell me a little bit more about how well these programs you're talking about have been working for the people they're intended to target.
Yeah, thank you. So as I said, we launched a Latino-specific COVID-19 initiative last summer called Nuestra Salud y Bienestar. And we also launched a specific COVID-19 initiative to target our Black community. To date, our Latino community has actually a higher vaccination rate than our white community. And our Black community is 2 percentage points below our white residents, which is quite an accomplishment given where we were last summer. And the reason what I felt that it was so important to propose these types of approaches was particularly because of the fact that as we were tracking all the zip codes where we knew we had a majority of Latino and Black residents, it was consistent, it was persistent that this disparity kept growing. And we understood that, of course, everything depended on us being able to level the playing field here, because if we weren't able to control the cases and control the positivity rates, we were not going to be able to then reopen, and it would continue to affect our economy. So that was a really important intervention, in my opinion. But as you stated, these are long-standing disparities. In 2019, when I was council president, one of my biggest policy agendas was to adopt a racial equity and social justice law. And we did that, and we began to build the infrastructure. We've invested about $1.5 million in building the infrastructure within county government to begin to tackle this from a systemic and a completely methodical way. And so this was 2019. I had no idea 2020 was going to bring what it brought, but I'm glad that we had begun to put those pieces in place. And then through the pandemic, we were able to then utilize some of those best practices. Going forward, we are going to have to keep some of those particular types of infrastructure in place. And things like our service delivery hubs in particular communities and these kinds of targeted health initiatives are going to be key. But as you said, there's so many other policy areas that we are also addressing. And so I feel really good about the notion that we at least have been able to put a focus on this. And the region has also put a focus on it. Shout out to Council of Government, who is really working and helping lead the region in this respect.
Thank you. Chairman McKay, the Washington Post reported in September that standardized test scores dropped across the board in Virginia this past academic year, as they did nationally because of the pandemic, with data suggesting racial and socioeconomic gaps in academic achievement widened even more. How can Fairfax close those gaps?
Yeah, well, it's a great question. And, we do have a separately elected school board in Fairfax County, but we have put tremendous resources into our school system to help try to bridge this gap. It's well known that it exists. You can't have kids who don't have access to the internet and don't have supervision in some cases, and parents at home to help them navigate online learning for over a year and not expect that there's going to be some challenges that we're going to have to address. And so the schools are working on, integrated strategies within the school, but also advanced looks at year-round school for some kids, summer school programs, and other interventions that are going to be necessary as we recover to what you did describe as a nationwide challenge. I think we're all grappling with that. But I do want to also, I listened to what Nancy said, and she's heard me on this topic before in terms of equity. And, I have to say, watching what the region's doing is refreshing. Back in 2015, we put a policy in place in Fairfax County called One Fairfax, which is an intentional racial and equity review of all decisions that we make in the county. And frankly, we put it in place well in advance of the pandemic, and it has been the guide in how we have responded to this pandemic. We would not have the type of equity numbers in vaccines and as I mentioned before, overwhelmingly across the county high numbers if we hadn't had that intentional policy in place to begin with. So one of the ways you help these kids in schools that missed a year recover is make sure they can stay in school right now, for one thing. And that means continuing the vaccines and working with our schools to target our younger people when they become eligible to be vaccinated. But our 12 to 17-year-old kids are leading the way in the county. They've surpassed the adult numbers in terms of overall vaccinations. And so the importance of keeping our kids in schools is the number one best way we have of dealing with the gap that's been created in learning as a starting point. But we do have a lot of programs to address this, but most importantly, every decision that we make is guided by this social equity lens, and proudly, so is the school boards, because they adopted the exact same policy that our Board of Supervisors adopted back in 2015.
Thank you. And Chair DeFerranti, I talked about a few categories in my initial question when it comes to housing, education, and healthcare. I know it's probably a tough thing to choose, but I'm hoping you can single one of those out, or maybe something else that's a particular area of focus for you right now from an equity standpoint.
Well, I think on housing, Arlington has faced a lot of challenges with respect to our housing market. In some senses, we have over the past decade or so been a victim of some of our successes, but we also face a lot of challenges. Over the course of the pandemic, many local governments focused on eviction prevention throughout, but at the start, local funding for eviction prevention was particularly critical for us in the first 6 to 9 months. We now have a state program that helps to support and is a relationship between our affordable housing nonprofits, many of our landlords. And so the state has taken on a leadership role. But at the beginning, for our renters, eviction prevention was absolutely critical. It's still critical. It's just that we receive state support. With respect to our homeowners, that is a real challenge. And it's something that we face as a region. There's a Council of Governments report about the need to increase the supply of housing and affordable housing in particular. So we're working on different types of housing, being aware of a 20+ year period in Arlington County where row houses were not permitted, which is a fact and a challenge that is an indication of structural racism that has existed in Arlington and that continues to exist, and we have to seek to address. But We're working on a missing middle housing types effort so that home ownership is more possible. And I think a through line between Ms. Navarro and Chair McKay and all of us is that disaggregated data is critical, and then using that data to drive action to address housing challenges as well as the other challenges we face is really important.
Thank you. Mayor Bowser, I want to ask you about education as well. Late last year, a nonprofit education data firm found that students were falling behind academically during remote learning, particularly those in vulnerable communities in DC. How can the district be sure these students avoid falling further behind their more affluent classmates as we transition back to the classroom?
Well, I can't say it better than Jeff said it already, that the best way is to have them back in classrooms with their teachers, with their colleagues, with their extracurricular activities, and all the supports that come with school. We also, and Happy New Year to us, October 1st is the start of the new year in the district, and it's also the start of the investments that we were able to make in bringing our kids back. We estimate that we're kind of on a 3-year cycle to make up for all kinds of things that were lost during this year and a half. So we are loading up on what they call high dose tutoring or high intensity tutoring that is really focused on what an individual child needs and putting them in individualized or small group settings to make up for the academic slides that were made during this COVID pandemic. So that's a big part of it. We're working with trusted and effective nonprofit partners, and in many ways, they are providing constituency specific support. And that's also important. But I would just emphasize keeping our kids in school, keeping them with their teachers is the way that we're going to get them back. We're also looking at some kind of positive learning from COVID when it comes to schools, especially for the 12th grade year. We noticed that our 12th graders, they were very responsible with their independent learning. Some of them took on other outside activities, including work, to help out at home. But they also got some on-the-job experiences that may inform their future decisions. So we are really, I've asked my team to really look at that 12th grade year to see how we're incorporating some of the positive lessons from their independent learning with work experience that's going to help them be prepared for college or moving into a career.
Thank you. And County Executive also, Brooks, can you talk about how you've tried to focus on disadvantaged communities throughout the pandemic?
So I can, and you know what I'll say about COVID, and I think I heard a little bit of it just now in the last part of the mayor's response, is that there have been, I think, so many positive takeaways from COVID. We'll never be the same. And I think that's a great thing, is that in so many ways, this is the moment we've been waiting for. I think in Prince George's in particular, some of the systemic inequities that we have experienced over the years, we would not have been able to accelerate progress in the way that we have yet, but for the real spotlight, I think, that we had on inequities in communities like ours. And those inequities include inequitable access to healthy foods. For example, Prince George's County has the greatest concentration of low income, low access areas or food deserts in the region. Being able to focus on some of the inequities in access to healthcare and to other areas. And we would not have, I think, been able to have the kind of spotlight on these inequities, but for what we experienced in COVID in terms of our residents who died at higher rates, who were sicker at higher rates. And so this gave us an opportunity, COVID did, to focus in communities that have been left behind in terms of getting food to those communities, making sure, for example, that we're focusing on many of the behavioral health deserts that we have in Prince George's County. Mental health care is something that not only Prince Georgians, but I think probably we'll see it across the region, are going to place a greater focus on. And so just one example is that we have reallocated in our budget last year, $20 million that we now are sending to open a new mental health care and addictions care facility that will be able to serve some of our residents who need it the most, and creating a new continuum of those behavioral health centers throughout the county. We're also really dedicating a lot of our resources not only to healthcare, but we're seeing also a need to really do so with education. Prince George's has the second oldest schools in the state. We have an $8.5 billion backlog in terms of repairs that needed to be made to our facilities. And so we broke ground on 9 new schools this summer alone, to make sure that we're able to address some of those inequities through an accelerated alternative construction program. So we really, we suffered greatly, our residents suffered greatly, but I'm going to tell you, we're going to really be better off, I think, for what we learned during the pandemic and how we apply that to make sure that we're lifting every part of our community, every resident, throughout the county. And I think we'll probably see that happen. And I'll just say this last part about it, is that the region will also be better off as we rebalance opportunities throughout the region, as we continue to collaborate. I think that's one of the things we've done well. I am really proud and grateful for the people who are here on this call, for their collaboration and for the way that we've worked together, recognizing that when one part of the region does well, it really does benefit the entire region. And that approach, I think, is a winning strategy that we're using more and more. And I think it's going to really benefit the region.
Yeah, it's going to be so important to take away those lessons, as you mentioned. So thanks for that thoughtful response. As discussed in the 2021 State of Business Report, DC currently faces some of the highest regional housing prices in the entire country. As a result, the region is experiencing an affordable housing crisis that has been deepened by the pandemic. As prices exploded and left many wondering how to ensure affordable housing for low and middle income residents in the future. So this is another full panel question. I'm hoping you all can speak on what it will take to truly address this housing crisis. So I'll start with Chairman McKay.
Sure. Well, it's gonna take all hands on deck. You know, one of the things that we certainly have learned during this pandemic, if we didn't know it beforehand, is that housing is essential to good health outcomes. And so many of the disproportionalities at the beginning that we were seeing in positive COVID cases were people who did not have safe housing to begin with. And so, you know, it is a part of our public health strategy. But, you know, what we've been doing in Fairfax, besides adding new units and working and leveraging with our nonprofits, and, you know, we have added 1,700 units of affordable housing to the pipeline in the last year and a half, which is pretty remarkable, working with our nonprofit partners. But we also have done some things similar to what Chair DeFerenti was talking about a moment ago, which is we've taken a look at our historic zoning ordinance and the fact that there are many elements of it that were built around exclusion and instead of inclusion. And we've written the ordinance now to allow accessory living units within houses legally, which was not allowed in Fairfax County for a long time. And now it is allowed, in part because from an environmental standpoint, we have people who live in big homes, and as they age, you know, can take on additional people to help them pay their mortgage and manage their homes. And you know, that's affecting our environment, having these large empty homes when people are desperate for safe, affordable housing. And so we've rewritten our zoning ordinance to allow it to be more inclusionary. We are working with our nonprofit partners. And, you know, we have very strong workforce development unit requirements on all new development that happens in the county. So our development partners are a big key to this as well. But as you started the question, you know, this, like so many things we've talked about, is a regional challenge. And frankly, we all have to do our part as a region. And one of the things we're blessed with right now in this moment, politically, is a region that's all aligned around tackling affordable housing, not just in our own jurisdictions, but in our own region. And I think, one of the fundamental things we all need to be aware of is to successfully do that. And I've said this repeatedly in Fairfax, is that, there are no areas geographically that can be off limits anymore to affordable housing. When you look at our transportation network, our climate challenges that we have, our gridlock, we need people to have safe, affordable housing close to workplaces, close to transportation in all corners of Fairfax County to cut down commutes and improve health outcomes. And so this is a health problem, an economic problem. But what I'm really happy about is that it's been recognized as a region-wide problem, and to a locality, the DMV is working to solve this together collaboratively with all available tools we can possibly muster, because it is such an important issue.
Thank you. And actually, I know I said that was supposed to be a full panel question, but since we're coming toward the end, I want to actually try to touch on maybe a couple more topics if I can. So I want to ask you all about small businesses. As you know, this recession has hit small businesses and our consumer-facing industries the hardest. However, the business community has shown some resiliency, with business applications being up 37% in June 2021 compared to June 2019. So Mayor Bowser, I'll pitch this one to you. What can be done to support these up and coming entrepreneurs?
Well, I think a lot can be done. We know that a lot of our small businesses and a lot of people, let me put it this way, and I've said this many times, are rethinking their professional lives. It's been called the Great Resignation, that people are switching jobs at rates that I know that we haven't seen in my lifetime, and I don't think in quite a long time. And so I think this is a great opportunity for people who are thinking about starting businesses. And I think that's exactly why you see the business starts up. So we have funded in this budget the ability for somebody to start their business, get a business license in the district starting at $99. And so that's going to be very important for people who are going to be moving around. Secondly, we have to figure out ways to support our legacy businesses that have been really hard hit, bricks and mortar locations, and we have set up a fund to do that as well. And the last thing I'll mention, Michael, is all of our small businesses, and this is kind of a theme with me, as you can see, but they need customers, they need workers, and getting open is how we help those businesses get back to normal. So all of the different relief funds that we've all deployed, from restaurants to hotels to rent relief, all of those things are meant for this kind of acute period of time for relief. But as businesses think about growing, getting our downtowns open and our business centers open and filled with workers is what's going to help them in the long run. But we're thinking, as you might imagine, beyond this, because as county executive has already said, we're not going to go back to the way that everything is not going to go back to the way it was. There's going to be a new normal, a new way of work, a new rhythm of work. And we have to be ready to compete. And we're not talking about competing with each other right now, but with other regions that are suddenly becoming more possible for people to move to because they can work from anywhere. So we want to be able to continue to attract great businesses to our region. And we need tools to do that. So you'll hear me talking about a Vitality Fund, which is a toolbox that we'll use to attract businesses to DC. We also know that when businesses locate anywhere in the region, that is also has a positive impact on DC. So I'm encouraging all of the officials on this call to go out and compete against Dallas, Texas, or Charlotte, North Carolina, or Montana. All of these places, we're suddenly in a different competitive position, because now not only are we competing for the employer, we're completing for the employees. And all of that helps our small businesses too, when we have a vibrant business economy. So we have to stay competitive. That includes continuing to invest in transportation, affordable housing, and the great culture that has developed in this region.
Thank you. County Executive also, Brooks, in that same vein, some businesses are concerned about finding workers as some employees remain hesitant about coming back into workspaces because of COVID. So how is Prince George's supporting return to work efforts?
So we've worked really closely with Employ Prince George's County to make sure that we are working steadily to provide incentives, both for workers to come back and incentives for employers to hire workers who are out of work. And I mentioned this a little earlier in my response, is that we have $15,000 that we're offering for each unemployed worker that businesses are hiring into their businesses. We're also working to make sure that we offer assistance. As the mayor mentioned, many people are changing their professions. They're in need now of training and retraining to be prepared to go into different workforces. And so Employ Prince George's County is also working to make sure that we're providing that ongoing training for someone who may be considering changing their profession and going into a different area. And so we're really just remaining nimble, providing financial incentives, providing technical assistance to businesses who are retooling, and providing training to employees who are also changing course and going in a different direction. And we're just, really looking forward to, again, really re-emerging stronger as we come through this. But I think it's going to just take us really remaining nimble and providing the kind of assistance that will be necessary for both as we go forward, both the business and the employees.
Thank you. And this will probably be our last question, so I'll pitch it to Chair DeFerranti. Can you talk also about the return to work effort in Arlington and how you're supporting businesses that are trying to stay afloat or either start up now?
Well, thanks for the question. We have been, we're just passed on September 18th, our second round of business assistance, and we're going to be promoting that. We were able to help 393 businesses in our first round. And so this second round, we're also very excited about the way that it's targeted. So it's relief to businesses who may not have received state or federal assistance beforehand. So that's one big way we're working on it. And I agree with all of us, all on the panel, who really described how important it is to continue to get vaccination rates up and cases down, so that there's that foot traffic and there's that trust and confidence that's going to lead to the economic growth that the chamber supports and that we all support, because we know when our residents are healthy, our economies grow, and when we have more equity in our communities, that's in the medium and long term critically important for our economic growth. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, appreciate the response, and thanks to all of our wonderful esteemed panelists for the robust discussion. I wish we had more time, but until next time, I hope you all have a great rest of your day, and thanks to everybody who tuned in as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr. Michael Bryce Sadler, for moderating that great panel. And thank you to all the panelists and moderators for sharing your knowledge and bringing all this great information to our business community in Washington, D.C. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors again. The Deputy Mayor, the Office of the Deputy Mayor of Planning and Economic Development, DEMPED, Bank of America, Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield, Exelon, AT&T, and AmeriHealth. Thank you so much for your participation. Many of us miss networking, and I do too. So we have decided to present our annual gala on November 19th in person. We're taking all the precautions so that we all are safe and stay safe. So I invite you to join me and to join our board of directors and our staff and our small business community to celebrate on November 19th. Individual tickets are open right now. We're also releasing the State of the Business Report. So you can visit our website at www
dcchamber.org, and read the report, and you have access to the report. So please do. Thanks again for your participation, and I hope to see you again at the 2022 State of the District and Region Conference in person.
At AT&T, we believe in the moments that connect us. And when those moments connect with an entire generation, progress happens. Mastering your craft. Seeing another woman be the first, but not the last. Hearing your champions chant your name, your team, your dreams. These moments ignite a spark that sets ambition ablaze. And that fire burns in the pit of your very being. It takes late nights and early mornings. It doesn't ask for empowerment. It commands recognition. And as these connections grow, so do the voices of women everywhere.